Hello, everyone. For the maybe 5 people that are here watching, because everybody else is frantically paying for Peacock streaming services to watch the NFL playoff game tonight. I'm sure we're not going to have a lot of people in the chat. Um I'm surprised I see 8 people, but of course that's including us. So, um,
Is it?
yeah, I'm sure it's including us. Yeah, it just dropped down to 6, so that's not good. So we went from eight to 6. So the more I talk, the less people we have. Assuming everybody's watching Kansas City tonight, I think they're the game that's on Peacock tonight. So I almost had you show up again, Roy, on the green room here.
Yeah, just
So
fiddling. Just seeing what happens.
Episode 26 tonight, Photo Talk. And obviously, we have the infamous Roy Bixby, Gustavo, joining us as always, along with David Stewart. Whether we get anyone else is your guess is as good as mine because it's one great mystery, and we never know until we're on. That's what's great about being live. You have no. We don't run by a script, people. We just kind of go with the flow. And Martin says he's not watching Kansas City. Well, that's good. We got so you're one of the 10 that are in here,
including Chuck now.
including Chuck. So Chuck is
G'day,
here.
Chuck.
So hello, Chuck.
Hello, Chuck.
Good to see you. And David says Anita's watching the show is watching the game on the big screen. So let's see. Mike Farwell's watching basketball. And let's see. Art Bear's here. Hello, Art Bear. Yeah, I will not pay for any more streaming services. I got Hulu with Disney Plus and all that, Hulu TV, and I got Netflix, and I'm done. I'm not paying any more money to watch television.
I don't seem to update very often as well.
But
we have Martin Hill as well.
Yeah, Martin's here. Martin's not sleeping. Obviously, Long Rider's in the house. Hello, Long Rider. And let's see who else we got. When we get a few more people in here, we'll get a little bit more serious about the show. For now, we're just kind of joking around a little bit. We have I got a little bit to chat about. Gustavo, are you good in doing your pitch tonight? You feel up to it?
Yes.
And, so Gustavo is going to have a very good storytelling event later in the stream. David Stewart's kind enough to going to be sharing his experiences, trying his darndest to break his Z cameras in the freezing tundra. And so far so good. I think he's very happy, and he'll explain what he's been up to and how he's been trying to, I think, get a side job with Nikon as to do some destructive testing on Nikon gear.
Oh, I'd like that job.
Rakesh is in the, well, yeah, but Roy, when your destructive testing is you take out a hammer and you start beating it up.
I just take mine outside, Roy.
Yeah, David just goes outside with it and says, "Shiver me timbers." shiver me Nikons.
I've got my fine adjustment tool.
Oh, there you go. And but Chuck, we're glad to see it that you're here joining us tonight, that you're in the chat. I hope you're doing well. I hope I would imagine you got hit with a little bit of snowfall in Connecticut. My kids haven't complained to me too much about it, so I guess it could have been a lot worse than it was. But I'm sure you're going to get more. Albert, how you doing? And yeah, as Gustavo is mentioning in the chat, he's going to do the full Orca story tonight. So you will end up knowing more about orcas than you ever thought you would ever learn.
Or wanted.
Or yeah, maybe you may end up leaving us. I don't know.
Exactly.
You're like, wait a minute, this isn't the undersea world of Jacques Cousteau. Where are we going?
Chris Cubrazi when we need him.
Yeah. Maribel's in the house. I see Maribel in the chat. Hello, Maribel. I hope your adventure for work is going okay. I know you'd rather be home with Chuck, and I'm sure he'd rather have you home because I'm sure he misses your home cooking.
He's probably sneaking the M&Ms.
Yeah, Chuck. I hope, Chuck, you better not be sneaking M&Ms. Yeah, Chuck's like, well, nobody's here to see me. I could do this, I could do that.
Exactly.
Well, it's Maribel said that Chuck is allowed to stray one day a week. So just have to remind Chuck that a day is only 24 hours.
Well, it's funny. My uncle, my late uncle, my aunt was a great baker, and she liked to make all sorts of cakes and cheesecakes and all these desserts, and she was really good with it. And my uncle he had an interesting diet, extremely strict Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, he ate whatever dessert he wanted to eat that my aunt would make, So he would cheat on the weekends, but he would be like perfect to a T during the week. And he didn't gain a pound. I mean, he had lost weight, he kept it off, and he had the two days of cheating and the 5 days of being strict, and it worked for him.
Yeah.
Long Rider's asking has anyone in US been able to get a ZF with a color? I got my orange one, but all the colors you got to buy through Nikon USA directly from them. You cannot get it in the stores, so that's the hitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the old Nikonus.
Yeah. It looks like it's
now which is that, the 4? Which one is that?
5.
The 5. Okay.
Well, my ZF, it's got one brass knob on it.
Haven't we all? You can only get a couple of colours at the moment. They're all sold out, the ZF here.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if the camera's doing great, they can't keep them on the shelves. So they obviously did something very, very right. And all the reviews, I mean, I'd say 99% of the reviews, people are really trying hard to find something that they can complain about. I mean, they really, really have to work hard to find something.
Great camera. I'm waiting to see what the Z6 III does before I buy one, though.
Yeah. And so we got 19 people in the house, which is great. And did anybody see is Jim in here yet? Real Nikon lover?
No.
Let me. If you guys see him pop in, let me know, because I have something I want to say to him on the air, and I don't want to say it before he is in the chat. So hopefully he will be able to come in. I guess I'll talk a little bit here, because I don't have a ton of stuff. There wasn't really a lot on Nikon rumors that was really worth writing down, in my opinion. It was a lot of regurgitation of things that have already been talked about the last couple weeks. So I really didn't write anything down much from him at all. Actually, I wrote nothing down from him at all. Well, how's that? Now I'm going to get I don't think I need to do this, but I'll do it anyway. So give me 1 second to grab my camera.
Nikon sales figures are out. Z8 seems to be the most popular for some weird reason. I would have thought it'd be the ZF.
Well, it had been longer in the market, correct?
Yeah.
So much more chances to make more sales.
If you can't buy it because they're not producing enough, it's a bit hard to sell them. You know, and if
Well,
you can't sell them, then they can't get to the top of the list.
ZF sold very well here.
Yeah.
Too well. I missed out on the colours I'd like.
So the only thing I'm going to bring up quick is last week I brought up, probably towards the end of the live stream, I had made a comment that the Z9 had highlight weighted metering mode. And I remember somebody said, well, where can I find that? So I'm going to show you where you can find that. You just go to, your photo shooting menu, and you scroll down to metering, which is underneath the high frequency flicker reduction. You scroll down to that metering, and when you hit your OK button on that, you basically have 4 choices, which you may or may not be able to see here. Okay, you're going to have your 4 choices are going to be matrix metering, which is highlighted right now. You have center weighted metering, spot metering, and highlight weighted metering. So you would just go down to that and select it. And basically, if you want to read more about it, because they don't really say that much about it, you go to page 520 of the Z9 reference manual. And what it's going to tell you is under highlight weighted metering, it's going to say the camera assigns the greatest weight to highlights. Use this option to reduce loss of detail and highlights. For example, when photographing spotlit performers on stage. And I'm going to add, I've used it when shooting white birds in well-lit conditions, which can cause blown highlights on the birds. And that doesn't take long. That could be, Eastern time. That could be, you're not worrying about it at 8 a.m., but you're definitely worrying about it by 9 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. The sun is bright enough now where these white birds are blown out. Now I control that typically because I shoot in manual mode and I adjust my exposure compensation and I dial things down so that my highlights are not blown out. I would rather bring up my shadows after the fact and post and make sure my highlights are not blown out. However, I have on more than one occasion tried the highlight weighted metering mode and found that it does help. It is not a cure-all. It's not a magic pill. It's not the magic bullet. It's not
good place to start, though.
But yeah, it's a decent place to start. And now I know talking prior to the show that Gustavo tried to use it under maybe not the best weather conditions or what have you, and it wasn't working for him. He had snow in the background, and subject was a little bit in the shadows, and the snow was in the background. And it didn't work too well for him. So, as all manufacturers like to say, results may vary.
Exactly.
I've been saying how good it is for years. They've got it on the old DSLRs too. Most of the upper end Nikons have all got it. I don't know about the lower end ones, but the 850 and D5s and all those have all got highlight weighted metering. So it is for everyone, just about.
Yeah,
very highly recommended.
It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything to try it. I'm going to put my camera back on the tripod before I knock it on the floor. So
mine starts in that mode before I go to anything else.
Yeah, did anybody ever have a tripod freeze on them? Well, I had the 2 heads froze on me today.
Oh,
wow.
What brand?
humidity.
Monfrodo.
What brand were
they? The tripod itself was okay. The head. I could the panning function worked, but nothing else.
It was a ball head type.
No, it was 3-way.
No, 3-way.
Yeah. So,
That's a surprise.
but as soon as it warmed up to minus 30, they were okay.
Oh, you're so funny, David, with what you considered warming up.
Well, compared to 43,
Condensation, David, probably, correct?
no, it's so
Just
dry
oil's
here. I don't
freezing.
think it'd be condensation.
Okay.
Just the
You know,
oils.
like our humidity is so low.
If it has any lubricants in it, maybe they're not spec'd out for that level of cold. Who
That
I
knows?
have to get some of Jeff's NASA rated lubricants.
And acerated stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
It's my mother bought me a NASA rated pen, and because it was supposed to work everywhere all the time. So
Sure, it wasn't a pencil.
Well, that pen's only supposed to. That pen is designed so it can work in space.
Well, it can work upside down and all
Upside
different
down,
stuff.
yes.
And it worked great as long as that room temperature.
Yeah. It's not. They don't use it to write down anything when they're outside of the space station.
Yeah.
Remember these?
Field notes in downtown Calgary. You know, one of the marketing companies I sometimes do a bit of stuff with. They worked with this whiskey marketing company, and the guy's based in Calgary, and he made a video today of pouring whiskey into a shot glass, left it outside, and it was so cold the whiskey froze solid.
Well, that's hard to believe, isn't it? Remember
You
these?
must have had cheap
You plug in your
whiskey.
camera, and this goes in your pocket for the battery. Keep it warm.
Okay.
I need me one of those.
But
Never use it much.
yeah.
It doesn't get that cold here.
So going back to the
I think what David has to do is he has to start a campfire and then have the cameras within like 3 feet of the flames, and then he won't have to worry. He'll have
What
other
cameras?
problems. He'll have other problems, but they won't freeze up on him.
Noted camera.
I do like these ones here. Those USB hand warmers.
Yes.
They last quite a bit of one charge lasts like 7 hours. I don't know if you guys have I because we need to have our fingers to work, correct? So they come in a pair.
Use your toes. You just use your toes. When the fingers are frozen, you go to the toes.
So you put it in your
Lots of
parka or your jacket, and then you warm up there, and then you can keep working. So I
Well,
like them.
What does it look like when is it warm on the outside or does it open up? Does that
No.
open up?
It's one from each hand.
Okay.
They come magnetized like this. Right? Then you switch them on, and then when you want to warm your hands or your glove, you just put it in your pocket. You warm it up, then you can work and warm it up. So for me, it worked very well. They are not that expensive. They're like $30 in Amazon.
Okay. The USB hand warmers, and how long will they last? You think like 6 hours?
They have 4 settings. So in the highest temperature setting, they last like about 4 hours. So one photographic outing is, and they get really warm. Right? So obviously here it's cold here in Colorado. So I put it in my pocket. Right? I actually was, going through all my gloves and deciding which one the one that I had to have a hand. Correct. For obvious reasons, but these are great.
One hand anyway. If you have
Hey,
an
Gustavo,
as long as you have one good hand,
I feel like I could.
you could freeze the other.
I don't want to know where he puts the other one then.
Well, I was just gonna say on the note of that one, that reminds me a couple years ago, I was shooting my D7100. My buddy and I were doing like a car shoot, and it was not as cold as it is today, but it was probably about -25, -30. And we'd gone about an hour outside of Calgary. It was a car from a dealership, so we couldn't have it for very long. It was like, this is your day. It doesn't matter. It's frozen. And my D7100 started dying. So I ended up taking the spare battery out and I put it in my, and then it started working again. But I have never been that cold below the belt in my entire life. But I was like, I am getting this photo. I am not running out of battery.
And the good thing about these ones, I think Jeff and Leslie also have them, is that because they are USB, correct? You can use to charge your phone or your camera as well.
From them.
From them.
Okay.
Exactly.
I like them already.
Exactly. So I don't call enough there in Australia for you to have all this predicament.
If you're out in the desert, it gets chilly at night.
Yes.
I've got lens warmers to go around the lenses at night because they don't fog up. But
that's true.
Deserts get very cold at night.
But these are good, and there are several ones of these. There are some that even can drop into a puddle. Since Jeff and Leslie also have the same experience that rather than buying the chemical hand warmers, the ones that traditional
I don't
ones.
like the thought of them.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I remember the old sticks that you used to light up.
Exactly.
And close the case, but you had a stick in there, some material that you'd light up.
Yeah.
I'm sure that a few people caught on fire from those, and they had to stop making them. But and Martin says, yeah, Martin gets some warming up from the Gulf Stream, so he doesn't get as cold. Well, since we're talking here, hand warmers and coldness and everything, why don't we just flow right into letting David talk about what he's been up to this week and how cold it's been outside when he's been shooting with a variety of Z model cameras, and he can tell you how he made out and how they held up, and if he feels like sharing it now, he can maybe talk about how he prepares for shooting in the cold, because he probably does it more than anybody that frequents this show, if I had to bet any money. So exactly. David, I'm gonna turn it over to you, and I'm gonna put you on the big screen here and let you tell your tales of woe.
Well, I'm in Sylvan Lake right now, and it was minus 43 this morning with the correct scale. I don't know what that is in the other one.
Oh, I'll look it up. I'll look it up for us normal people.
Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same at 40, minus 40.
Yeah, but anyway, it's I was out today, and I took 2 Manfrotto tripods out of my truck, which have been there all night, and the 3-way heads were frozen. But my cameras, they were inside. I had a Z8 and a Z6 II out, and I had them out for 2 hours, and they were shooting away at a picture every 20 seconds. And I didn't have the cameras covered at all. I didn't put the jackets on it, which I have for them. I just wanted to see how well they would last. And I went through numerous batteries, and I found out when it's cold, I can't put the E&L 15s into a camera because it doesn't have enough juice. I got to go to the 15Cs, and they work just great. It's I had no problem the whole time with either camera. And yesterday I had out my Z9, and it was exactly the same. I left the autofocus on yesterday on the Z9, and it was on today on the 8 and the 6 II. And they were on auto exposure, aperture priority, and they just worked flawlessly. Well, the display didn't refresh as fast as you would hope, but it still refreshed. It's I'm happy with them, and they are actually working better than my DSLR. And it's in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be up in Ornita and I are going to be up in Yellowknife, where it is actually warmer in Yellowknife today than it is here. Yeah, and we'll be shooting away, and I can't blame this cold weather on Alaska, because they are they were 30 degrees warmer in Alaska today for Fairbanks than they were here. So I don't know where this weather is coming from, but maybe Alaska can send over some warm weather, but come Sunday or Monday, we're supposed to get a warm, I don't know if it's a Chinook or not, but it'd be pretty close. So the weather's going to break. It'll feel like a Chinook. Well, it'll feel like a Chinook because I won't have to wear my heavy clothes. But for that matter, I didn't put my heavy clothes on today because for this test, I had both cameras outside the bedroom window, and they were situated in such a way that I could see the display, and we watched from inside where it was nice and warmer. And I can tell when there was a problem, and I used SnapBridge for the
Roy's
entire
favorite.
day. I know you don't like it, Roy, but I knew that at the camera at the Z8 it was working with SnapBridge, and and because SnapBridge would be a bigger draw on the battery because it was downloading the pictures directly to my phone. But it was so foggy today. It's like when I started taking pictures, I couldn't see 100 meters. I could see some lights across the street only because they were lights and they were across the street, but you couldn't see anything. You couldn't see across the street.
How many hours were they out? David, how many hours were they out?
I had them out for 2 hours at 43 degrees.
Okay.
Minus 43.
And Jeff is going to tell us what that is in that Fern scale.
Yeah, minus 43 is minus 45.4 in Fahrenheit. The real temperature, minus 45.4.
Yeah. But that's what the weather network said what the temperature was. But here in Sylvan Lake, it could have been cooler because we were one of the coolest places in the province today.
That's because you like it so much.
You're about 60 degrees Fahrenheit colder than I want to be in.
But anyway, I got nothing but praise for the Zeds.
Very good, very good.
So you're going to be using them more now that you've done this testing than DSLRs, or you'll just use them both, in concert with each other, probably.
Well, what I may do is I may retire my 850, but I'm going to keep my 810A going because it's infrared sensitive, and like for the Aurora, it does a much better job than anything else.
And that passed the rating, correct, David? The official rating for Nikon is how many degrees below zero?
Oh, it's nowhere near where he's shooting at.
I think it for the DSLRs is something like 10, and for the
Minus
Zeds,
10.
I think it's 20.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't quote me on that. I'm sure somebody will correct me. But what I do is I do it real world and see what happens. But I'm happy with it. Now if I can just get a better tripod head, but maybe I'm going to have to put a hand warmer on my tripod head.
Yeah, the Z9 operating temperature is minus 10 degrees Celsius to
40?
Yeah, to 40. Yeah.
To plus 40.
Which is plus 14 degrees Fahrenheit to 104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Well, they are built with a good safety margin in place.
And yeah, I mean, David's like way out of spec, and he's not having a problem. And he didn't even put the tux coat on the cameras, because usually when he goes out, he likes to dress them up nice, and he has coats that look like tuxes. I think that's what I heard, or is it penguins? I'm not sure. Penguin coats on all their Z bodies.
Well, I made it for whatever camera and whatever lens.
What about the battery life, David?
Oh, the battery life is acceptable because when I don't start off with a charged battery, I start off with whatever I have, and then I keep a spare battery under my coat I got a battery holder that fits on my belt, and that's where my spare batteries are, and it works great. You know, I used to do something similar when I was surveying outside. Yeah, and I know what all of that stuff is, what sounds like, and neither camera was whining. You know, the only thing is for the Z6 II, we had it on electronic shutter versus mechanical, and because I wanted to have it as fewer moving parts, because if nothing is moving, then chances of breaking something are less. But the Z8 and the Z9 both make a noise when they're taking pictures, and I don't know what's causing it. I sent Richie off an email, and I haven't heard anything from him. Maybe he doesn't know, because the only time that you can hear it is in a very quiet environment.
Okay.
But something is moving.
Not the lens.
No, the lens can be on manual focus. Actually, the whole camera can be on manual, like manual exposure, manual focus, and it still makes a noise. The only thing I think it
could be the IBIS. Yeah, could be your IBIS.
Yeah.
Because if you got wind blowing and that camera, even though it's on a tripod, if it's even moving just a slight amount, the IBIS might kick in. It could be that.
These are good for frozen camera bits. They're just USB warming pads. They go around your lens.
Yeah, well, I've got them, but I just don't like the idea of having a warm lens in the middle of it, and both ends being extremely cold.
Around your tripod head.
That's what I'm going to have to do, is put it around the tripod head.
So Joey, are you ready to go out and shoot with David in these temperatures? Because I mean, come on, you got to man up here. You can't let, you're the young kid here. You can't let David, who's a mature, knowledgeable, experienced gentleman here, make you look bad. You have to go out and shoot with him when it's this -40 crap. I mean, go out there.
I'm gonna get some mani-pedis, Jeff. I'm gonna stay indoors. No, I mean, I got out a little bit this week, take some photos, like just a bit. I was over picking up some product from one of the clients, so I was just out doing that. But aside from that, like really, there's kind of a threshold for me where if it's this cold, I typically stay indoors. But I mean, last week we had a client shoot out at Scotsman Hill, Dave, and like it was like the last day before it got super cold, and my coworker brought her daughter to be sort of a stand-in for our shoot, and like I think it was only like maybe like -10 without the wind chill, but it was like -20 with the wind chill, and her daughter was just dying. I'm like, quick, go, let's get the photos. And we ran back, and I realized that I had set the wrong autofocus box on my camera, so we had to go back up and do it again. The joys of learning new autofocus is always
hello to Ava, who's getting her new camper set up and getting ready to go out in hopefully slightly warmer temperatures. And Joe, your mic is kind of once in a while breaking up on you. I don't know, why, but
it sounds maybe like it's cold where Joe is.
It must be the wind going through his room.
No, it's reverb. It's reverb. I have a reverb. Sorry, I'm using Pro Logic right now to run my mic through. So like if I go like this, now it's going to be like super echoey. But let me get rid of that.
I kind of like that sound. No, that sound. You could you could do some impersonations of some famous singers, with some real, maybe some Marvin Gaye songs or something, man. You'd really
I like it. Well, actually, I was working on one of my buddies. He's got a singer that he's working with, and they wanted me to play some lead guitar on her song. So actually, right before it came online, I was just plugging my guitar in and layering some really questionable guitar solos over top of what this person was working on. So it was good.
Now, David, obviously everybody hears, I mean, me not being compared to, where you are, neophyte here, but, everybody says, okay, dress in layers. Okay. So define, obviously wool is a very important element, in the clothing, layering structure. How do you prepare, do you have like a windbreaker shell jacket on the outside for wind, but then you have a heavy coat underneath that, and then a wool shirt and wool pants or whatever? How do you get ready to go out there and make sure that you make it back, and you're not laying in front of a fireplace for an hour before you can move again?
Well, it's I didn't wear my heavy outfit today because I wasn't going to be outside long enough. But for that, I've got long underwear, which are Stanfields. It's then I wear wool pants over that, which are heavy wool pants. They're a combination of wool and nylon. Then over that, I've got ski pants, and I used to have pants with zippers down the sides. So when I was walking, I would open the zippers, because the last thing you want to do is be too hot and start sweating, because if you start sweating, you're going to freeze. So you got to be able to control your temperature, and you're better to stay a little bit on the cool side. On the top, I always wore a cotton t-shirt. Everybody says stay away from cotton, but there's ways around that too, because you want to get the moisture out. Is this shirt that I'm wearing now, it's insulated. It's a couple or three layers, and it's insulated. It's lots of times I wear a wool sweater over that, and then I'll wear I've got a military parka that I wear over it, and it has foam insulation in it. The nice thing with the foam insulation, it works when it's dirty and when it's wet. And it's got a nylon shell to break the wind on it. For my gloves, it's I have a military, and these are, when I say military, I'm talking about the Canadian military, not any of the other ones, because we've got the best winter gear. My gloves are insulated, and they're leather, but they've got wool on the back of your hand, so that you can hold it against your face if you start to freeze your face, whatever. I do not wear anything over my face because I wear glasses, but I've got this.
That's why you grew it.
When I was working in the bush, I had a full beard, and there was a reason why I had a full beard, is to protect your face. And I wear a muskrat hat, that comes down on the side, and I wear a hood. And the muskrat hat was good down to -25. It's I'd wear, depending on whether or not it was warmer than -20 or 25, what I would actually wear. And it's and then I have a hood that comes out, and when the hood is, it closes right over so that it comes out, so that the wind can't come in. So you're like looking down a tube. But my boots that I have, they're rated to -60, and I have military insoles in them, which are actually they're plastic. It's a plastic spacer that's it's about a half an inch thick, and what it does is the moisture that's in your foot or in your insoles or whatever, it draws it out and it freezes against the bottom of your boot, so your feet stay dry, they don't sweat. And at night, when you go to take your boots off, you've got to warm them up for half an hour before you can take them apart because of the ice in the bottom of your boots. Yeah, and then you got to dry everything out at night so that you can go out again the next day.
Better you than me.
Oh man. Now that you have scared everybody to death and they'll never go out in the cold, David. They're gonna
I've been out winter camping at -40 in a canvas tent for a week. You know. And
Did you survive?
No, I died a long time ago.
This is the ghost of David.
don't go to David or his clone. He has multiple clones. You know, take one David down, another one shows up.
David, do you have
my clone too?
do you have those? You have your gloves, but do you have mittens also to put the gloves inside?
My last set of mitts that I have, they're too small for me to have gloves.
Okay.
But my hands are never bare, except for when I'm changing from mitts to gloves.
Okay.
And usually what happens is on my left hand, the mitt never comes off. So on my right hand, I might take the mitt off, but a glove goes on right away. And it's and in the wintertime, I use old wooden pencils with the eraser, and I use the eraser to press the buttons.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Those you can hold with your mitt on.
Yeah. You know, I have at one point I got a secondee from Calgary here that was on training with me, and the guy obviously was a hardy Canadian, and he loved that I sent him sometime to Pinedale for a job, and it was to happen one of those places they had a rendezvous, and there were all sort of craft from American native people and trappers, and he bought a set of mittens made of buffalo. He loved those, okay, because he could put it around his neck, and then when he was cold, he could put his glove inside those, and he said that the most wonderful mittens made of buffalo.
Well, it's what you want to do is actually get a pair of mitts that are big enough that you can wear your gloves inside them.
Exactly. Those were designed for that. That you could doing some work, then you want to warm it up, then you put your glove and your hand, because they were every mitten was like this big, correct? Like a full long.
And they come up most of the way to your elbow.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
but they were made overlaps. They were made out of buffalo skin. So
when you're wearing all those clothes, hopefully you don't run into something where you have to run away, because I wouldn't be able to run too well with all those layers on, and
you have to chew through the layers first, wouldn't it?
You'd be an easy target.
Well, when I was out working with the natives, because I prefer to work with natives when it's cold like this, is because the natives can look after themselves, but usually find is the Caucasians can't. And then you spend all of your time looking after them versus working. But some of the natives that I've been with, their bush sense, I've never seen anybody as good at them for finding their way around in a place they'd never been before.
Oof.
It's one of the different jobs I've been on. We're line cutting, where we're cutting a center line for surveying off them. And had this one guy, he would cut with an axe, because if he had a chainsaw, he had to carry gas, he had to carry oil, he had to sharpen the blade, and the chainsaw would only last so long, and then it would quit, and then you need a second chainsaw, and so he used an axe, and he would cut with the axe all day, and then and like he had to break the trail when to do the cutting and to keep in line, and I would be surveying behind him, and then then we would hike out to where our snowmobile was with the sleigh, and then we go back to camp. And I would drive the snowmobile back, but in the morning, it's he would be driving the snowmobile with the sleigh, and he'd be going down from one lake to another, and he would look around, and then he'd go over to the shore, and he would stop, and then we'd hike off into the woods, and he'd be breaking trail, and there's no way I could keep up to him, and he'd be carrying half my gear, and then day after day, he hit the end of his cut line within 100 feet of the end. He hit the part that was cut. If he had missed on the other side, he would have just kept on going and never seen it. But I was surprised what this guy could do, and his bush sense in a place that he had never been. And the reason why I know he had never been is because I was the only one that had a map of the area that had the real names on it. And actually, I saw it before we went out. But the maps that they were given had all the names changed. And if there was an important feature, it was just off the edge of the map. And so they didn't know where it was, so they couldn't leave because they didn't know. And when the plane flew in, it might only been a 10 or 15 minute flight, but for them to get in, it was a half an hour, because for the last 10 or 15 minutes, the pilot on purpose flew really, really low and went around all of these places so that they had no idea where they were, so they couldn't bugger off.
Devious.
Oh,
Yeah, captive audience per se.
oh. But these guys, a lot of them were really good,
So how do you look after your gear? That's more important.
Oh, and you never put anything down on the ground. My mitts, if I take them off, they go into a pocket. My hat goes into a pocket. It never goes anywhere but into a pocket, so you don't lose anything. So you got everything with you 100% of the time. Because if you lose something, you can lose a hand or finger, or.
We got Randall popped in, so everybody say hi to Randall.
Yeah, it's warmer where Randall is.
Yeah, he's in that awfully big state.
It's warmer where everyone is.
Everything is big. Big cows, big steaks, big houses.
Yeah.
So Joey, we're gonna put a challenge on you that sometime in the next, not necessarily this year, but before this time next year, you got to go out with David at least once in this cold temperature so that you could, so we could see if you actually make it or not,
Take photos this bit? No, I'm good. I'm gonna wait till it warms up, like I said in the chat. Like I got that.
You gotta be like the tests. You'll be like the test subject.
No,
I'm waiting for global warming to warm
I'm
up.
happy staying warm. No, like I said, I might try to go to that skijoring event next weekend, but I'm only going to go if the vortex breaks.
So you could test out, while David's already proven that the Z cameras can handle this. We got to see if your Panasonic can handle this.
I can't handle it.
So
my hair's going up.
You got to test out your gear to the same stringent requirements that David's using.
Joey, you need to go with David to renew your Canadian permit. Correct?
I don't want that permit.
Exactly. Doesn't matter. You were born there.
My house cat, Gustavo. I was born to be indoors.
Otherwise, you have to do at least one of those dog sled videos. Those were fun. I know you did one. That's what I said. You need to do another one. That was fun.
It was beautiful that day. It was like 5 degrees out. It was so nice. Like it was like the most unwinterish day in the middle of winter we've had in years. It was so good.
Right, I'm turned off Canada. I'm never going.
It's fun, man. It's fun. No, it's one of those things that you just need to do what you're comfortable with, right? And I mean, for myself, like I love doing street photography, but when I get super cold like this, for myself, it's like, it's just not for me, right? I think for David, he's going out to these incredible spots to get photos, so it's a bit different, right? But if you're just doing more a cityscape and it's bitterly cold like this, it's like, now I'll just go to my office, take out a telephoto, get some long photos of some rooftop and some people freezing out on the streets. And, that's about it. One of my friends was asking me if I put my drone up, and I was like, no, it's going to like freeze like a quarter of the way up. And I mean, there's a few guys I follow around the city that have been using their Mini 3 Pros and getting some killer drone shots. But, I use my drone for like some of my paid work too. And it's like, I'm not going to put my drone up in that and potentially lose it, because then it's like source of revenue running away, right? So yeah, it's hard. It's difficult.
I was going to ask you about the drones, because obviously there are a lot of mechanical parts, correct? Because I know the planes do like airplanes like the cold, because the air is more dense. David, you probably have experienced that runways in very cold places can be shorter because they can take off and land just because the air is more dense, correct?
Yeah, so for the drone, I'll fly up to about -17 to -18. Anything past that, I'm not comfortable with it. I mean, even at -15, my battery, I would say the capacity is probably reduced by about 20%. But even with that, like, that's only if I've kept it indoors and it's been warm prior to takeoff. If it's been in my car for even like an hour and it's been cold, I won't risk it. And I just saw a question from Randall who's asking what lenses I have for my S5 II. Yes, I got the 20-60 and just the 50-1.8, and then I got this wide angle lens here just a couple days ago. It's I don't know, it's a 14 mil I just got off the internet for it's been good. Full manual metal construction.
Yeah, Joe, you got a loose connection in your microphone someplace.
Exactly.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now you're fine. Yeah.
When you move,
sorry about that. Yeah.
I
think it's an old XLR cable. What I was saying is the only other lens I've got is this Pergear 14 mil 2.8 wide angle, which I just got a few days ago, and it's it's been pretty good. It was really cheap, and it's got no warp on the edges. I was trying to get something like allow a 0D, but didn't want to pay for his allow a 0D, so got this guy for like 300, and it's been pretty good. It's been fun to shoot with.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the new toys. And
Always
having a good time. New toys are always fun. I don't know if you guys, sometimes you're flipping through your phone, you're seeing headlines, articles that pop up, in the news, that type of thing, on Google or whatever you may be using. And I saw something the other day that just made me sick to my stomach. I ran into an article where a federal judge issued an arrest warrant for a man. Actually, it was him and another guy accused of killing more than 3,600 protected birds, including bald eagles, and selling parts of the birds or the entire birds on the black market. And he went on this, supposedly they were on this 6-year killing spree from January of 2015 to March of 2021. And what can you say when you hear something like this, that someone could be that
callous?
Callous and I mean, killing endangered species and all.
The solution is to sell their parts on the internet instead.
I mean, somebody like that, I hope they just say, you're never going to see the light of day again. We're putting you in cell number 5. Get used to it. You're going to be there for the rest of your life. There should be no, it's one thing if you want to make an excuse and say you accidentally shot a bird, as in one, but you did it for year after year after year after year in protected areas on property that you had no right being on, all to all for the almighty buck. So I hope the guy and the other cohort in crime, hate to be mean, but I hope they just rot in jail. I mean, that's what they deserve.
Another reason I like animals more than people.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know if anybody else has seen that article, but it's
I remember reading it. I remember reading it. But where was located where was the incident? What area? Do you remember?
I didn't write it down. I read the article and I just made a few notes, and I think I was I was pretty upset, so I didn't like write down every little thing, but it just disgusts you. I mean, as I say, we're our own worst enemies. We really are. I mean, we don't learn from our mistakes. Let's put it that way. But anyway, I don't want to stay on a negative here. But I mean, it's just, it was just a horrible thing. I'll share with you a few. Royal. I don't know if Roy saw these or not. Westcott just came out with a product. Let's see if I wrote it down here. It's not really something that a photographer is going to use too much. It's I think they're for the content creator. Like if you're setting up to interview somebody, they got a lighting kit, with two 60-watt lights that are adjustable in terms of the 3200. You can adjust the Kelvin settings and the power settings, and they come with magnetized. They look pretty around. I mean, I think I'm very interested in maybe buying the two lights set up and trying it, like when I'm doing a video or I'm talking about a piece of gear. I could set up a little table or something in front of me and have better lighting on me. And then if I need to, I can I have a couple ring lights, different sizes that I could use if I have to light up the product a little bit more or whatever. So I'm thinking about that. Their Chuck's taking off. Take it easy, Chuck. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, Chuck.
So LED lighting is really good for small setups like that, though.
Yeah, it's called the Westcott. Westcott U60-B LED kit. So a 2-light kit with the stands and the soft boxes, $320.
That's pretty cheap.
That's not too bad. So if I do get them, I'll try them out and then I'll do a review for everybody, and I'll let you know how they worked out. But I think I might break down and get those.
I had the Godox 60-watt system for a while, but I had it for probably 3-4 days, and then I realized the colors were off. I went back to strobes. I don't do much video. You're very good for video.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try video with the Northern Lights, but it'll be a time lapse.
Okay.
If I can get my shutter speed down to less than 2 seconds, then I'll take a shot every 3 seconds and see what happens.
Need a very sensitive camera like the ZF.
My 8 works fantastic for that.
I hate sensitive cameras. I don't ever like to see cameras cry.
They get offended too quickly.
No, it's sad, isn't it?
It's so sad.
That's why they call you Sad Jeff.
Sad Jeff. Sad Jeff's. I got the sentimental ZF as well. So when I cry, my camera cries with me.
So it's a sympathetic.
Sympathetic, yeah. Joey's taking off on us, guys.
Okay, goodbye, Joey.
Hey,
have a great week, guys. Stay warm.
Remember, you got to tag team with David. We want to see video. We want to see the whole thing.
So the next time I'm out, Joe, I can tell you, and you can make a movie of it, of how it's done.
Yeah.
picture of frozen
how to
Joe.
do it and how not to do it. I'll be out there just like,
Yeah.
oh my god, no, it's not
So
gonna be good.
it'll be Joe say, how I froze my right toe off going out with David.
It's gonna be like the opposite of National Geographic. It's gonna be like, after looking outside and seeing that the weather was cold, we decided to stay inside. Rational Geographic. Da, 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 da. No views on this one. Boom, boom.
Yeah. So Joy
All right.
is only concerned that the whiskey doesn't freeze. So
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about my gear. I'm worried about me. I'm literally wearing a God, what's that material that you make jackets out of? Kind of
Gore-Tex?
soft. No, it's
Not
like
a
felty
flannel.
material. Not vinyl. It's like the felty material. Anyways, I'm literally wearing a shirt made out of that stuff because I can't even get warm. So, yeah, no, I'm a house cat, guys. That's who I am. All right, guys, have a great week.
Take care, Joe.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Yeah, have fun with the camera gear, man.
100%. Always been making a review of this
Yeah,
weird
and
lens.
see
in
if
no
your
time.
gear will go down as cold as mine will.
It probably won't. Have a great week, guys.
Take care. You too.
Hey,
Yeah.
So going back to the discussion that we have about the metering, Jeff, correct? Because you mentioned it to me. I actually was the one that asked the questions and you recommended. So I went and checked it out. But indeed, the manual, the Z9 manual, which I checked, it only have like a 1 page and
Yeah.
not good description. But the Steve Perry guy for the C8 and C9,
Yeah.
actually that has a very good discussion. So somebody's interested in that type of metering, Steve Perry guy has like a 3 or 4 pages, and he goes as through the different scenarios where he have found that useful. So that was good.
It's not just the Z9 either. A lot of the other models have got it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
it's
C8
worth
and C9,
implementing.
at least the C8 and C9 have them because so
I don't know
Like
if
D5, D850, D500 have all got it
Okay.
too. A lot of the
Yeah, I don't
earlier
know
ones.
about the Z6. I don't know about the Z6s. Probably not, right?
I have to pick it up. I plugged it in this morning.
Yeah.
It probably would have it though. I don't know if it's just upper models, but it's very useful.
Yeah.
Good starting place.
Yeah, reading the discussion. I mean, Jeff, you also got his setup guy, correct?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a good resource, correct? So if you go to the manual and to the page, you want to know a little bit more, then you can go to Steve. So he did a very good job on his guide for the C8 and C9.
Yeah, and I look at what he I mean, I'm not putting myself in the same category, anywhere near the same category as him, but I'm saying, I mean, I use his guide as simply that, as a guide.
Exactly.
I've set up some of my camera menus or functions to replicate what he talked about in the guide, and then there are other cases where I might have chosen to set up a function on a different button than what he was using, just because it's more comfortable for me or my style of shooting or that type of thing. So, but the thing is, what's great about his guide is that you have that body of information there. Okay. You don't have to go to 10 different people.
Exactly.
All in one place. And then you can pick and choose what you feel will work for your style of shooting and set up your camera accordingly. And then, like when I first got the Z9, I mean, I think for the first, I don't want to over exaggerate, but I would say I was probably tweaking things here and there for like the first 4 months I had the camera. I might say, well, I set that function button up to do this. I don't find myself using that particular feature that often. Maybe I'll reprogram it for something else instead. And you'll find yourself doing that and just changing the use for any given function button or what have you, because you find you think you're going to use something, and then as you get more into getting familiar with the camera and whatever your discipline is that you're kind of working with, you may find yourself saying, no, I really don't need that, but I wish I set it up this way instead, and you just go in and change it. So there's no wrong way. I mean, the right way is what works for you, but at least his guide is so thorough. You're going to get all the information, whether you're ready to absorb it all or not, and then you can pick and choose what you want.
I agree, and just to put a plug, to finish the plug here for Steve, because he deserves it. Okay,
Oh,
when
absolutely.
they have been, when the camera have been updated, he give you the update for free as well. Correct. So good job. It's a comprehensive guy. So I do recommend it as a resource beyond the reference book that comes with the C9 and C8. It's a great for me. It's a great resource, and I agree with you. You don't have to set it up like him, but he has the explanation why, and that's the most valuable portion. So but unlike you, Jeff, I'm still learning the camera. Correct?
Well, that's what I like about him is because there's a lot of people, whether you're talking cameras or just business or whatever, and somebody will say, well, that's just the way you have to do it. But then they never give you the why.
Exactly.
They never tell you the why. And at least he explains it so thoroughly, and then the reason why you may want to set your camera up that way, and what it does for you versus, say, a different setting or whatever. So I got nothing but accolades for the gentleman and for his talent and his the effort that he puts into all this content that he does, because
exactly.
He's a gift to us nature photographers, because a lot of other nature photographers, well, I'll throw myself in the ring on that, and mostly share what they do more than how they set up stuff and why they set up things a certain way. And Steve gives you the whole shebang. You get the whole deal with him, which is great.
I agree.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying that if you pay sometimes you buy something, correct, $30 or whatever, and then you say, no, not a good investment. In this case, that guy is a good investment, and particularly he keep it going, correct?
Yeah, and you have the PDF.
Exactly.
So you can go to it anytime you want. You could watch it as many times you want. You can, and like Gustavo says, he gives you free updates. So, when they came out with firmware version 4.0, I mean, he did a complete update to that manual. And if you guys are not aware of it or have not looked into it, Nikon USA's website, they're celebrating 90 years of Nikkor lenses. And they show an interesting timeline of what they can, special products that they made in this 90-year stretch. And it's worth a quick look. I mean, to just see some of the stuff that they decided to pick out over all those decades, and kind of showcase it. You could go through it in like 10 minutes. But it was I went through it and I found it very interesting, and I did not add it to my I did not cheat and add it to my commentary of the Did You Know category that I started a few weeks ago. But I very well could have taken a lot of that information and threw it in there. But check it out. Go to Nikon USA and check it out.
Another good reference is the 1001 Nights from Nikon. That shows about 86, 87 of their favorite lenses.
Okay.
And gives them a big write-up about how they designed it and what they thought of it and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So some of the videos that on this series that Nikon USA is putting out and Nikon Europe is putting out on the 90-year anniversary are narrated by Richie. Do you notice that, Jeff?
No, I have not.
Richie is the one that does all the narration and some of the one that I have seen. But I'm going to check out because I see them occasionally when they pop up in my YouTube and say, hey, there is a new one, and I go there. I like them. You learn something, but I didn't know that there were that many out already.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I mean, Steve's always going to be, I think, for anybody that's into nature and wildlife photography, he's always going to be, in the top 5 of people that you would go to get, really honest feedback. And he shoots multiple brands, so we all know that he had Nikon and he had Sony. Then he got the latest Nikon stuff, and he shoots with both brands, and he has gear from both brands, and I think it's important because it's proof that as we all say, or I mean I do, and I think everybody agrees that you could take great shots with anything. You just have to understand the tool in your hand, and whatever works for you works for you. It doesn't matter, what's scribbled on the front of it. And no one ever knows what David shoots because he puts gaffer tape over all the names so that you have no clue what camera David uses because he does not want to disclose what he's really shooting Panasonic, people. He just doesn't want you to know.
No, and the recommendation from Steve on accessories like tripods and all that have been on the spot. I mean, not recently, through the years, correct? So, so I do like what he does. Hey, by the way, now that we're talking about videos on YouTube, I don't know if I think many people here listen to what is good. Hudson Henry Hobbs, Hudson Henry. Okay, he did one for you, Mr. Roy. Look, the blackout camera.
There you go.
Yeah, this is my Olympus. Can't you tell?
No. But Roy, Hudson Henry made a video, I think only a couple of days ago, that he goes through the ZF pixel shifting. Actually, he made a good compelling video for that to the potential use for that, and he talked about product imaging, correct? Which so if people want to learn a little bit more, I don't have the CF, but
pixel shift is more of a gimmick than it is a useful thing.
Yeah, but he made a compelling story for it, so which is good, correct? The more options we have, the better.
Slightest vibration, and it's just ruined.
This one here is my D8.
D8. Prototype.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's blasphemous. That's blasphemous. Wait a minute. Is this where we get the where's Fro when you need him? Talking to the rep there from Nikon. What did David Stewart do? D8. What? A D8?
Where's mine? He'd be saying.
I didn't like the 7, so I went straight to 8.
Do yourself upgrade.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with fingernail polish.
Polish. Hey, I'll throw out. Let's see. I didn't really do a lot of these either. Let me see. You know what, Gustavo? Are you comfortable firing up your presentation?
Oh, I am. Well, yeah, I
You
typically
ready?
let the show go a little bit longer, but I can do it anytime.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's go into the chat here and see what people are talking about. I mean, obviously, a little discussion about the 600 PF. I mean, you obviously you have that. You use that. You're very happy with that.
I can play with one that's impressive. I think it's even better than the 800.
And let's see. Randall makes a comment, Panasonic will not overheat with it being cold. I wonder if the fan would freeze. Well, depends what kind of lubrication they have in the bearings, if assuming it has bearings in it.
Well, they probably have to shoot video continuously to keep the camera warm enough to work, especially when it's cool like it is here.
Oh, it's cool here too. It's only about 35 Celsius.
Yeah, we got the other 35 here. And
We're going up to -29 tomorrow.
So the other thing, Jeff, that happened in the interweb, correct, on the YouTubers, is I think Matt Erwin mentioned that he made a video, I think yesterday or today, about contact authentication.
Oh yeah, Nikon working with the French press with their working with them to have the make sure they I'm not going to say the word right. authenticate the validity of the image that you took.
Yeah,
that it
problem.
gone through, that it was not AI generated, and that's important for. I mean, like they're saying, it's important from a journalistic standpoint, because you don't want to get images that are all faked up to show something that's not real, and everybody thinks they're real and they're not, and they misrepresent something. So it's important that from your press photographers or whatever, that what they're showing is real, is something that's absolutely 100% real. And so I applaud Nikon for working with them and trying to make sure that, it's not saying that you can't use it for your own pleasure, or if you are just selling images. To me, when you doctor something up that much, or if you use AI completely to create the image, then obviously that's really an extreme thing. But everything is its own form of art. But you should be upfront with what you do, and I think that most people. And I'm not saying I'm speaking for most people. I'm going to make an assumption here that a lot of people, I'll word it that way, a lot of people probably have no heartburn with someone going in and adjusting the shadows, or adjusting your blacks and your whites, and maybe adding a little saturation, and doing a little noise reduction if you're shooting at half hour before the sun comes up or whatever, and that usually isn't going to ruffle too many feathers. But if you go in there and you're duplicating objects and adding it to your picture, and you're doing stuff like that, then there's nothing wrong with that. But it's a artistic rendering. To me, at that point, it's more art than capturing what was there. Because the cameras are limited. The cameras only have so much dynamic range. Your eyes are going to see it different than your camera is going to see it. And if you're tweaking a few things here or there to make it look like how you saw it for real with your own eyes, I mean, I would never have a problem with that personally. But some of these photo contests are really, really, really strict. I mean, if you had, they'd probably freak out if you got rid of a dust spot or something that was in the sky, and say, you violated the policy, we can't accept your photo. But there's just a difference, artistic impression and how you want to show something, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I think, when it comes to photo contests, or stuff that's going to be in a newspaper, or stuff that's going to be in a, that type of thing, have to be held to a higher standard.
Well, you just have to read the rules and follow the rules.
Yeah,
exactly.
If it allows you to take 2 hours to shoot a sunrise, which I do a lot, and because usually when I shoot at sunrises, some of the buildings or whatever were shot at the one time of the day, and the sky's at a different time of day, and some other things are another time of day. But it's all the same setup. It's all the same time, or not the same time, but it takes 2 hours, and then I put it together in the darkroom, or not necessarily the darkroom, but in Photoshop.
The electronic darkroom.
Yeah.
But so Matt mentioned that there was a press release officially from Nikon. Now I didn't look in the Nikon website. It was not reported on the Nikon rumors, but I'm going to look for the press release. I want to see more, and hopefully it will come into the camera. I'm all for it, and I think last time we discussed, people were talking here about that could be something that people could hack. But if it's really encrypted in the image itself, not as a not like a small file, but actually encrypted in the image as part of the bit of the image, it probably is a good record of what happened. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the Adobe Photoshop, the current version, for those that subscribe to certainly on Camera Raw, if you make some type of modification to the image, correct? Like you use the context awareness field, right? When you finish your workflow and you save a JPEG, it gives you an option. At this moment, it's a beta option to basically indicate that you have made modifications to your photo. So I think this is something that is coming. It probably comes from the camera manufacturers. I think I agree that should be it, and it will come in your editing software, correct? So it may be able to keep track. Obviously, not through the image itself, but in terms of these tools were used in the modification of the image, and that will be a good reference, right?
I'm going to throw up a comment here from Albert asking Roy a question if he has any knowledge with the 6x9 Mamiya universal press cameras.
No, I've played with it, but I'm not really familiar with it. I'm more familiar with the RB68, 680, 69. What is it? Well, that one over there.
Well, they had an RB67, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one I'm more familiar with. Yeah. It's in the case. I like something where the back can be replaced with something else. The press cameras don't have replaceable backs as easily.
Yeah.
The
other thing, Jeff, on the
there, I'm trying to think of the. Oh man, brain fart. I'm trying to think of a press camera that. Was it a Graflex? No, what is it?
Yeah, Graflex had one.
Yeah, that wasn't that
Bellows
really big. Wasn't that really big?
It's fairly big. Had a bellows and a bulb flash to it.
Yeah.
Burnt my fingers on them a few times.
Yeah,
bulb flashes.
There are some. Well, yeah, you talk about not having any fingerprints for a while.
Yeah, I remember them well for that point.
That's like when you watch like Mission Impossible or something, and here's that guy's fingerprint that I'm going to now put on my finger.
Yeah. I still got a few boxes of Sylvania Blue Globes.
Yeah, I got some behind me. The Press 25B bulbs.
That's it.
Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs.
Great for burning fingers on.
Yes, and they're hot because you used to hear them when they'd go off. You'd hear them crackle and bubble up on the outside.
At least they don't explode like some of the earlier ones.
Yeah,
some of the earlier ones tended to explode.
Yeah,
those are the ones that get automatically ejected from the flash when you finish.
No, they don't. You have to press it.
Some of them had a button that you could push to pop the flash out, so you would not have to grab it and twist it out. Some of them eventually had a little release button that you could hit, and the bulb would pop out. You
Yeah,
know,
I remember as a kid in a wedding, so you were waiting for the photographer to release the and then you were looking for the little bubbles, correct?
you don't know how many forest fires were started by people that hit the button, popped the hot bulb out of the camera, landed on the pine needles, and like destroyed 20 acres
Exactly.
of land or whatever. You know, I'm sure.
You can burn paper with a flash if you push it up against paper, though.
So Jeff is leaving. Jeff and
Crow
Leslie.
gets hot.
Jeff and Leslie taking off.
Yes.
Have a good one, guys and gals. He took the NyQuil. He took cough medicine. That's it. Nighty night, Jeff.
Well, I have a potato masher which I haven't used in 20 years. If I held up a piece of paper that had printing on it against the flash, and I let the flash go, you could almost see through where the writing was because it would smoke.
The old Mets unit, right? The Mets.
This wasn't a Mets. This was a Honeywell.
Honeywell. Okay.
Oh yeah,
That sort of thing.
Oh, it's bigger than that one, right?
Could be much bigger.
That looks like. Is that what they mean when they say you'll put the club in your car to protect it?
Yeah, it could be. This is a Nikon one. I got some Mets ones too, but
The Nikon club.
because this is Nikon, I thought I'd show this one. SB12.
So here's a question. This is part of my did you know? We'll drag this out a little bit so we don't put Gustavo under the spotlight too early in the show here. We'll let him, kind of like loosen up a little bit. We don't want him to be too tense.
No.
How many now? The Kodak Instamatic camera, the first Kodak Instamatic came out in 1963. The last one was 1976. So if you had to guess roughly, how many Instamatic cameras do you think sold from 1963 to 1976?
14 years.
Yep.
Millions.
Over 70 million cameras.
Wow.
70 million cameras. I mean,
They didn't last long, though.
The impact of, they obviously anywhere near a professional grade camera, but I'll tell you, for their intended purpose, to capture your kid's birthday party, to capture your going
the ones with flash cubes.
Yeah, some of them had the flash cube. Yeah. 4 flashes. Yeah. And but I mean, anybody that grew up in that time frame owned one. I mean, your mom owned one, or your grandmother, or your aunt, or somebody owned one, and you know what? We probably all have pictures in a box somewhere that were taken with that camera. So, I mean, the influence of Kodak, I really feel sad for them because they really
Screwed the pooch.
contributed so much to photographers.
And then they didn't.
And then they just kind of like messed up. It takes us one mistake and they pay the price, but the phenomenal. I mean, they were the first in so many different areas. It's crazy. Another camera that they came out with, which I personally, I think my mom had one of these and I couldn't stand it, was the Kodak disc camera, which had basically no negative size to it at all. But those came out in 1982 through 1988, and they sold over 25 million of them, and they were horrible cameras.
That's like a Viewmaster, correct? Film.
Yeah. 25 million.
Yeah, they were useless.
Yeah, they were not good cameras.
and the film was like this, correct?
It was like, as I said, not good cameras. They're bad. They were really bad. But imagine that. I mean, you could have something like that. You could still sell 25 million of them. It's like,
At
really?
least it's an innovation. It's something new. Didn't like it, didn't work, but at least they're trying.
Yeah.
Like the Minox, the half frames.
Yeah, and we talked about the half frames. I did a video about the last camera I bought, which was a full or half frame camera. And the funny thing was that they, like I said, I was just learning to crawl when some of those cameras came out, or maybe just learning to walk. But the strange thing is like, of course, not being an adult in that era, I don't know, if film costs were ridiculously high, or getting your film developed was exceptionally high. But there was that brief like 5 year period where those half frame cameras got very popular to the point where, even Nikon modified a rangefinder camera to do half frame, which they sold some of, and I threw the numbers out, a month or so ago. But yeah, I mean, it was a fad, but it got driven by something. I mean, it had to have been economics. It had to be either the cost of film or the cost of processing, or the combination of the two. But it made a big brand like Nikon modify a camera to be able to do it. And it's funny. I think I was talking to our friend Mazman, and because I mentioned that Kodak, I think it's a Kodak Ektar, I think is the name of it, that you could buy at B&H Photo right now for like $50. And it's a plastic camera. I think it's one aperture, has a battery for a built-in flash that you put into it, and it does half frame photos. And he mentioned that his girlfriend has one, and she uses it. So and that's a camera that is not very old. So something that was, a fad in the late 50s, early 60s, is not dead yet. They're still making,
cameras now instead.
Yeah.
But Nikon made a rangefinder half frame too, in the SP range.
Yep.
No, they have frame for vertical portraits. Okay, that was clever, correct? That you mentioned in your video. And that half frame, I think it was a F3 or FM that sold for a lot of money. The one that they made, it was mentioned in one of the Grace of Westminster that it was specially made for, I think, the Swedish police or something like that.
Oh yeah, that was Minolta.
Minolta. Yeah.
Minolta I think it was I'd have to look back in my notes. I don't know if it was an SRT 300 or something, but it was they made them for the police, and that was a cost thing. They were spending too much money on film for their crime scenes or whatever, and they said, "Give me a half frame camera
for mugshots."
As John Ishii would say, the bodies don't care whether it's full frame or half frame.
No,
no, I think it was made for like mugshots, correct? If you want to make badges and stuff, you don't need a big, and it's mostly vertical. I think it was made for that type of application. It was fantastic.
They should use them for DMV photos.
Exactly, that's something like that. They did it for.
Perfect camera for DMV photos, right?
For sure, with that one, you will get a better photo than the one that you get in the DMV anyway, correct? So.
Oh yeah. Well, I did some. Let me see if I could find some of my notes that I wrote. Let me see if I could find the file, wherever I put the file. I love. Well, you guys know I'm a little bit of a nut job when it comes to reading about old stuff. It's funny. I don't read about anything old other than camera gear for whatever reason. I mean, I do like it. I do like antiques. My wife hates antiques. She says I don't like anything old, and I said, well, why are you hanging around with me then? That's what I always say. Why are you hanging around with me? I'm trying to see this file where I was just taking a bunch of notes.
Well, Jeff, you are younger than some people on the panel.
Yes, I am proud to say that I am younger.
You always will be then.
than some, not all, but
Most.
But I'll take whatever I can get. All I know is that I can't catch up to some of yous. I will not catch up.
If you don't find it, we you look at it when I do the presentation, Jeff.
Yeah. I was doing. I'll look for it when you're doing your pitch. I was taking notes on the old, wet film process and dry film process from field cameras from the late 1800s into the early 1900s, and talk about, man, photographers putting their life on the line with these chemicals that they had to use. And, explosions and
acid burns, and
I mean, geez,
fumes.
You basically with the wet film process, I think you had a total of 15 minutes from the time you coated those glass plates, or if you were using metal, you could use metal. You had 15 minutes to get the image and take the picture and go back into a tent, that was light tight, and actually develop the image on that plate glass. You had a 15-minute window from shooting it to developing it, or forget it. And then, of course, when they came out with the dry film, that was a breakthrough, because that was like, okay, you could develop it. You had no time limit when you could develop it. You could take the images, leave them in the plate, or put them in a dark bag or whatever, and then you could process them like you would a print paper with different chemicals later on that were a lot safer, weren't going to cause you to go up in smoke, and it made the whole photography industry grow like crazy, because I think one commentary that I read was the earliest process with photography, where they did it on silver coating on metal, that those images, the exposure times on those images could be 40 minutes, up to 40 minutes long. So they said, if some people would say, how come people in the pictures from the 1800s and the early 1900s never smile?
No, you know why?
They never smiled because they couldn't hold a smile long enough during the exposure.
Often they had to sit in frames to hold the head straight and things like that.
So they just, had a straight, expressionless look on their face, because
they're bored stiff.
Yeah, they did not have to work hard to hold that pose versus, look like this for 40 minutes.
But
everybody looks like the Joker.
I believe they use even some stands and stuff to keep their arms in a certain position.
Oh, yeah, they'd have them sitting on something where they could put their their arms a certain way, and yeah, they moved a little bit, and the image was.
Or they wait till you're dead, then take the picture.
Yeah.
Silver nitrate, correct? They was
Yeah.
silver nitrate.
But they had some of the stuff they coated where they had to have mercury. All lovely stuff that you want to use. And there was actually, I read an article where a couple went to England, where there's someone that you could actually, you pay to go to a class, and they actually have you do it the old way. And you coat the glass, and you do the whole process, and
too much work.
And
they even had a Polaroid version of the 8x10 backs for those view cameras.
Well, that's what See, that was the next big thing was when you got into the folding cameras, okay, in the early 1900s. And on, when you had the folding cameras, a lot of them made by Kodak, of course, but you had like the Zeiss Icon, and you had a Voigtlander folding cameras, and a lot of other and some brands where they didn't actually put the brand on the camera, you just knew they were German made from German, using German Compor shutters and German parts, but they didn't necessarily have to have the name of the company that made the camera. But a big thing with those is eventually they came out with those 120 roll backs that you could, put the 120 film in. And that was another like huge, pun intended, we'll say, that was another huge development in the photographic world, to be able to put a 120 roll film on the back of your plate camera. And
before that, they had 127 as well.
Yep. But it's just fun to read about all this stuff. It really is.
Jeff, I heard that even to modern times, the regular film, celluloid film, extremely combustible. Correct? I mean, the storing film is
and it turns to powder after so many years.
It's a hazardous material, to the point that I believe, Roy and Jeff, you investigate this type of thing, that they can even in certain circumstances self-combust. Correct? If they keep the rolls,
they can.
Exactly. So it's preservation of film is tricky because of that. Correct?
Now the rolls of film are terrible to handle.
Yeah, it is in Glasgow, Scotland. They had one of their educational institutes that burnt down because of the celluloid film that they were storing in it.
Okay.
Now, the funny thing with film too is everybody thinks, film didn't come out till the 1920s or 1930s. Well, that's not true. They actually had cameras in the 1800s that used film. Okay. Like the first Kodak had a camera that used film, but the kicker was you had to send the camera back to them with the film in it. Okay. And they had to open up the camera, in their lab or whatever to process the film, and then they, would reload it with film and send it back to you. So this was before, you had the film where it was in a cartridge, obviously. And so film existed for quite a while, but of course,
1880s, correct? 1880s, 1890s.
Yeah, but it didn't really take off. It didn't really take off, until it got into that, where it was wrapped around a spool and it had the paper backing on it and whatnot, the
Exactly.
one film, and then it, you had all other versions, a little bit wider than 120 film, a little bit narrower than 120 film. You had all these different film types out there, but film existed long before, than most people.
We did.
Long before. Oh yeah, much longer.
Yeah,
kind of-
many of us remember here for sure playing with your dad, Super 8, and the projector, and then suddenly stop in a frame and they start going in
Melting.
fumes.
Well,
Well, well-
or the sprocket on the movie projector would tear through the
Exactly.
holes on the film, and
I'm glad those days are gone.
and shear it, and you would all of a sudden you just hear.
Or the tape, or the film would break.
Film would break. Yeah. Well,
Well,
we're
it's
definitely
how-
showing your age.
It's how 35 millimeter film got started. It was actually movie film.
Yeah,
And
it
then
was.
they
It
made
was.
cameras for it.
Yeah, it was movie film. Yeah, the first, like they'll say, well, the first not production camera, and I think I talked about this maybe in the Did You Know, the Leica was not the first. Leica was maybe the first production and commercial and available camera that used 35 millimeter film and really got things moving with 35 millimeter film for stills. But they made basically they made video cameras and they converted them to be able to do still photographs before the Leica model came out.
Leica gets some credit though.
Yeah, they said they were all, of course, they were all orientated vertical, but so I mean, there's so many twists and turns about who did what when, and people kind of like breaking patent laws and stealing other people's ideas, and the playing field, it was really dirty back then. There was a lot of dirty pool that went on between companies, and you look now and you say, oh, the big guys are always gobbling up the little guys. Well, that happened a real lot in the in the 1900s. I mean, it's in just
Still
talking
does.
in the photography business. I mean, they were all gobbling each other up. I mean,
Still happens.
yep. But anyway, yeah, it's just fun to look back at history and because that's when you really appreciate what you have now. When you look at how hard it was to get, when you look at how hard it was for these guys to get one picture, like these people that went to England and tried out the old wet plate process. I mean, the first time they did it, and in the article they showed a picture, like the guy took a picture of his wife and the wife took a picture of the husband, and part of the image didn't even come out on the plate because they didn't get the coating to evenly disperse when they were putting it on the plate.
Too much work.
Yeah, they missed the spot. So wherever they missed the spot, the image didn't show up. And oh my goodness, it's like, yeah, I mean, you had to. It was so much trial and error. Talk about, okay, what's setting that? You didn't have exposure meters, okay, so everything was like, okay, how you're sitting there. It's like, well, what f-stop am I going to use? Oh, well, how long do I gotta? I gotta take the cap.
Those guys knew.
Before you even have f-stop,
right.
yeah, before you had f-stops, you had to take the cap off the lens. They'd have those hats on their head. They would take the cap off the lens, and then they would cover up the front of the lens with their dark hats, and then slide the thing over to cover the plate, right? And they're guessing, and it's like time of day, I'm going to do this for, I need 10 minutes for this. I think I need 10 minutes. Let's try 10 minutes. Oh, it didn't come out. Let's try 15 minutes. Boy, it was
that's so hard now, isn't it?
And then they documented, something like the Civil War. And the the conquest of the West. Fantastic. What I love is when you have one of those images, of a group, particularly where there's kids and everybody's posing, and then you have this kid that move their heads and it looks like a ghost in the movie. Those are fantastic. All right, Jeff. Let's see if this works.
You ready to go?
Yeah, let's
So here we have our gentleman scholar for tonight, along with David Stewart, who did his "I'm freezing my Nikons to death," and Gustavo is going to share his Orca story, and we're going to bring it up on the screen and let him take over the show here. I'm gonna drag you to the big screen here, bigger screen, and we'll bring in your. Oh, now you're shrunk again. I can't help that.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Let me make the screen big, and we'll let you take over the show, buddy. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, thank you guys for letting me take a little bit of your time to show you this. So first, let me tell you the motivation for this, correct? Because I love doing this whale watching, and as usual, I go a little bit overboard. So not only I go and take the pictures, but I do a lot of reading afterwards, correct? So I want to encourage others to do this type, and as anything that we do, there is a little bit of a learning process, correct? So I want to uh, share with you some of the findings that I have, and also some of the pitfalls, and of course the experience of seeing the orcas, correct, and the killer whales. So I think it was a great experience. I went to California recently, to Central California, to the Monterey Bay, and this was the day that we went a couple of times, me and my wife here, and this is the December 9th, correct? All right, so that's the intro portion. Okay, this is a little bit of a orientation on Monterey Bay and the Monterey Canyon. Okay, because what happened there in this area happened because of the geography and the geology there. This is one of the favorite places that I have been for doing this kind of thing. As you can see, part of the magic here is this deep canyon, okay, that goes into the middle of the bay, okay, and that allows for rich nutrient cold water from the deep sea to come into the shallows, and that create a proliferation of phytoplankton and zooplankton that feed the food chain, correct? And remember the Monterey, those that have been there, there was a big cannery because there was a lot of anchovies in the 1800s, correct? But now this is part of a marine sanctuary, correct? And this is the so-called Monterey Bay, but it's basically between the Santa Cruz and to the north, Monterey proper in the south, and the Moss Landing. And Big Sur, the nice scenic road is out of here, correct? So this canyon is what makes the magic of the Monterey. Let me look at my note here to make sure that I'm not leaving anything here. So let's move to the next slide. Let me see if I can progress it. Okay. So one of the things that I do like there is because sometimes when you do your photos, you can even see the landscape behind, correct? So we were just, I think, about 10 minutes leaving the Moss Landing, which is the location where we took the whale watching tour, okay? And then the captain spotted some orcas, okay? I have been there before and I have watched some orcas, but this time was special. The orcas came very close. So there was a group of three orcas, okay? This is a young male, there was a young female, and a juvenile that were heading somewhere, right? So it just happened that the captain managed to get, sometimes behind them, sometimes in front of them, and we managed to get these fantastic opportunities. So all these photos were taken with the C8 and the 100 to 400 Z lens, the 4.5 to 5.6, which is the ideal length for this situation. This one here was taken at 160 millimeter. I love the fact here that you can not only see the orcas, but also the background. And of course, I was using, high shutter speed, right? One over 3,200 of a second, right? so that I could compensate for the movement of the boat, the fact that it's a very dynamic scene, and the orcas were moving relatively fast. So this is the male, and we will go later on. But part of the fun over the last couple of weeks has not always going through my photos, but also trying to identify them. There's a lot of fantastic resources for identifying the orcas, and this name here, OCT030C, is the actual individual that I photograph, and I will show you later on when we talk about the resources how I did that. So the next photo, let me see if I can progress here. Oh, it's frozen. Let me see if I can get it unstuck. Sorry, guys, some technical difficulties here with PowerPoint. Let's see. Okay. All right. So the next photo, no, it's not moving on. As usual with these things. Let me see if I can put it on presentation mode. I may be able to move it. Okay.
What happens if you hit page down? We'll go to the next slide.
Here one. Okay. Okay. So this is the two other the two other individuals that were traveling together with this. So the one in the foreground is identified as OCT30D. It is unknown the sex of it because it hasn't developed the fin that identifies a male or as female. So it's a relatively young individual. And then there is a juvenile, which I have not been able to identify. I may be able to submit some of the photos to some of the people that do this professionally, and they may be able to identify. But these three were traveling together. As you can see here, at the how I took the photo here. So this is 1/3200 of a second. So the next photo here is these three whales, killer whales. At one point, because they were heading in a certain direction, they start to ride the what they call the bow wave of the boat. Okay, so they come very close to the boat. They are not allowed to come. The captain cannot go closer than 100 yards. But if the whales come to you or the dolphins, then you can watch. And I like this moment with they're just emerging. You can imagine me taking the photo when when they are emerging from the bottom of the water. You start seeing in the deep blue water, you can start seeing some of the white from the orcas, and this is the moment just before emerging from the bottom of the into the surface. And you can see they are still already blowing out some of the air as they come and emerge. So the next two are two of my favorites. I think I submitted a version of this for the last photo review. So this is this male OCT30C, correct? And I will explain a little bit more about. And you can see in this series, I was able to capture the whole face, all the dynamics of the water, and of course, also the dorsal fin. This one I didn't have to crop or anything to get the photo. So they were very close to the boat, correct? So at this point, I'm shooting at 100 millimeter, correct? And I could have even go closer than that, correct? A tricky thing here, you can see I'm doing minus 0.7 EV. Because white balance and exposure compensation was an important thing. I didn't want to lose too much of the detail in the white when they come out of the water, correct? And of course, orcas are black and white, correct? So I was very happy with this photo, but I think the one that I like the best is, so this is actually from the other individual, the other semi-adult, the 30D, which will not know yet the sex of it. Okay, again, captured the moment when they were emerging from the water, And this is my favorite photo of this group, correct? Because I managed to get also, or by chance, not that the light conditions were such that when they expel the air, there was sufficient number of a lot of small bubbles that you get a kind of rainbow effect, correct? So this is my favorite of the series, and you will see as I have later on a complete series, so you can experience that. And I have some film, but I haven't. Some video, but I haven't yet put it all together. Okay, so these are the actual photos. As I mentioned, a lot of the uh, enjoyment was actually not only taking the photos, which was very enjoyable, but also and doing the processing, but trying to learn more about orcas, killer whales, trying to learn more about these individuals, and of course the marine sanctuary there. Okay, so for those that are particular here that are from California or planning a whale watching tour in the Monterey Bay area, which I recommend, these are some of the kind of findings. There are many whale watching tour operators with a variety of boat sizes and capacities and prices. Okay, on most of the trips, whale watching trips, depart from the Monterey and the Moss Landing area. Monterey, as many of you know, is a very touristic area. Moss Landing is actually in the middle of the bay. And probably there are some tours also coming from Santa Cruz, but I like Moss Landing. You remember the topographical uh, view that I showed on the map. The Moss Landing is actually uh, uh, at the edge of the canyon, correct? So I prefer the tours departing from Moss Landing because it's closer to the canyon, and there is other photo opportunity locations around that. There is the Moss Landing estuary and the Moss Landing State Beach, and there is the Elkhorn State Park as well. So you can combine your whale watching trip with some other sightseeing, right? So during this trip, I use operator called Sea Goddess. We made 2 trips. The first day we saw these whales. The next day we saw some of the humpback whales. It's like anything with nature is chancy, so you have to sometimes go more than one time. Okay, the boat capacity changes between the different operators. This operator in particular is a large boat, so it's better if you have the tendency to get seasick, and it's not a completely not super expensive. It's about $85 per person, and then I think even you can get some discount from that. And the tour takes about 3 hours. Now, next time we go there, we saw some other operators with a smaller boat. I will show you some of those other boats. I think there is one that is called Oceanic Expedition that I took a photo and then went to the internet looking for them. They charge a little bit more, but they give you about 6-hour tour, and it's a more nimble boat, so probably you can get better photo opportunities. Okay, so these are some of the boats and some of the other photos. So these are a boat that probably came from the Monterey area. The boat that I was a little bit, a lot bigger than this one, but you can see here all the different people in that particular tour. Right, and in the front here, you can see 2 of the whales, two males actually. When they the 3 that we were following reach a spot here where there were other killer whales. Later on, I knew when I did the investigation, or I learned that this was from the same family called Pod. Okay, and this matriarchal family, okay, is accompanied by some males. The young male that we were following here is, if you can see my cursor, is this one here. Was the one that led our boat to this area, and there is another male here. You can see also only the dorsal fin. Actually, when we reached there and later on and looking in the internet, they were actually feeding on a baleen minke whale, correct? So these 3 guys that we were following were actually trying to get together with the rest of their family into that food opportunity. Okay? So this is another of the boat, more or less the same size. Ours had 2 decks, so I actually was in the upper deck. That's what I was able to see. So a little bit further down, but you can see the type of vessels that are used for this whale watching tour. This is the same individual that we were following there, right? But you can see it was a great day, great photo opportunity. The boat that I would like to do is this oceanic expedition,
You
okay?
sure about that? Because that whale is probably.
Oh, it's probably bigger than the boat. But you can
Oh,
see this is a boat that's more nimble, okay, and it can move faster. And this is the one that costs a little bit more money, but the tour lasts about 6 hours rather than 3 hours. Okay, I would have loved to stay a little bit longer there. So I want to try at least one time the smaller boat.
I think your wife's going to say, if you're going on that boat, you better change the life insurance policy before you go.
Well, she's coming with me, so so so
or you think so.
exactly. So this is the other bigger male that part of the matriarchal group. Okay, and later on we go into that. But okay, so some of the reference material. This is where the enjoyment came the last week and a half when I have been working to that. So this is a reference material. Actually, there is a tremendous amount of this is not from NOAA on reference material. This is the actual 2023 edition that has a description of all the orcas. I think they have about a photographic catalog that you can scroll, and I would show you some of that with the 134 orcas that visit that area. So this is a tremendous resource for that. There is actually another resource that if I have a chance, I will show you later on. But this is what I use. Okay? So in terms of killer whale facts, okay, actually killer whales or orcas, they are one single species worldwide, but orcas, as being extremely intelligent, they actually develop some sort of a culture, correct? So there are 3 type of orcas worldwide, correct? The so-called transients, and you can see here on the presentation, or bigs, which is one of the researchers. They actually are morphologically different. They have a more pointy dorsal fin. The saddle, the white patch in the back is different, okay? But and they have the teeth is different, okay? It's curved and blunt, okay? And they only this culture, these clans, they only eat marine mammals, okay? So the other type of orcas that you have, like in Vancouver, and that those are resident orcas. They don't move along so much. They stay within a certain small geographical area. They have very pointy uh, teeth. Their dorsal fin is more rounded, okay, and their teeth is basically more adapted or worn in such a fashion that they are better for catching fish. They primarily eat salmon. Correct. So these orcas have culturally very different, and there is some the so-called offshore uh, uh, orcas that basically have very rounded teeth, sometimes that worn completely to the end, which are specialized on actually eating sharks. Okay, and they believe that the teeth is worn out because the shark has a very uh, scaly, rough uh, skin that basically wear out this. But these 3 groups don't mix, they don't interbreed, okay? And they have completely different uh, uh, acoustic dialects, correct? So in a way, some genetic studies nowadays, they may separate the transients as a completely different group, correct? Because the genetic molecular studies indicate that these transients developed that culture, that way of living, about 700,000 years ago. Okay. Now, in the North Pacific transient, there is 3 groups: one that live in the Gulf of Alaska and the Aleutian Islands, the West Coast that goes all the way from Alaska all the way to Baja California. Oops, it jumps. Okay, and the ones that we're talking here are particular the ones from the West Coast, the transient West Coast from the central portion that visit Monterey. So this is a slide on the morphology of the orcas. You know, the difference between the males and the female, correct? And remember, these guys are huge. The males are, I think, they are about 6 to 7 meters, and they wear let me check here my notes. The males are about 5 to 7 meters, which is 20 to 26 feet, and they weigh about 6 tons. The females, which are here on the left, they are 5 to 7 meters, and which is 16 to 23 feet, and they weigh 3 to 4 tons. Okay? So they are huge animals. Correct? Very important characteristic, as you saw, is the dorsal fin. The male has this special dorsal fin. This dorsal fin is about 1.8 to 2 meters tall. Correct? So you can see these are humongous animals, and as you know, they are members of the dolphin family. They are the largest dolphin, and they specialize on either marine mammals, whales, seals, etc., the ones that we have here, or salmon in some cases, or shark in other cases. Okay. Now the calf are relatively smaller, and in this illustration they show basically the diving sequence. And actually, photographically, this is what I was looking. Correct. I was waiting for them to emerge. When they start expelling, then you will see the kind of spout coming out of the
blowhole.
The blowhole, exactly, correct. And then they will dive again, and then you will see them repeating that. When they're hunting these tremendous animals, they can even go completely out of the water. Okay, I didn't see that. By the time these three arrive, they already have been dealing with that. And then some of the behavior that you see them breaching, playing between them, and this other behavior called spy hopping, which they actually raise their head out of the water trying to look for prey or looking for the other individuals. So tremendous resources here, guys, for learning. Now, in terms of the identification, again, going back to photography, correct? They have been photographing these whales since the 50s. Okay? So the lifespans of these whales is 60 to 80 years. Okay? So they have in areas like California and British Columbia and Alaska, they have a tremendous amount of information about these whales. So they have these photographic catalogs, correct? Which is what I use to actually identify the individuals that I photograph, correct? So each of them has a specific name. This is they are called OCT for outer coast transient, which is the type of transient whales that we have here, a number, their unique number they assign, and then they have a letter and a number to signify the relationship between the matriarchal group, correct? So the B means that this is the second offspring of this orca, in the case of the female, and then if there is a number after that, is basically the grandchild of that orca number 30, okay? The first offspring of the B whale. Okay? So you look for two things. You look for characteristics in the dorsal fin. This is actually one of the ones that I managed to photograph. As you can see, because he has these two notches here, the common name that is given to her is Emma. But you also look at the patch behind the eye that also have a characteristic shape, and that's this fin and the saddle, any marking in the saddles, or this eye patch, correct, is what you use to actually identify them, correct? And show you some of the identification ones here, correct? These are actually 4 of the individuals that I identify. This is the Emma here, the study is the matriarchal female, so she's the head of that group, and she was one to identify, and one of the males that is with that group, which is probably a brother of Emma. He has this characteristic black line on the eye on this side, correct? And actually, that's what gave me the clue before I located one that has the fin that I could see that it was Emma. when I saw one of the males, the big male that I showed you before, has that, and this is very characteristic. Okay? So you look at this, you look at the catalog, you try to match what you. So for me, correct, this is part of the fun. Correct. So
like
these are the new.
a puzzle.
Exactly.
Puzzle. Yeah.
Exactly. And if you want, you can submit your photos back to the researchers and so forth and so on, which I haven't done yet. Okay. So you can see here now me taking the catalog and looking for the features. Okay. In my photos, correct. So this is Emma. You can see the double notch, correct. And then you look at the character, some aspect on the patch. Obviously, you use this side of the location, correct. And this is actually another one. This is the one that is the fourth daughter that hence of Emma, correct? And you can see daughter or actually daughter or male. I think we don't know yet, and so the sex is unknown. But he has a little notch here, and he has a particular shape on the eye patch. And this is the actual male that I was telling you that is brother of Emma. That has that characteristic black line in the eye patch on this side, correct? And you can see it matches perfectly well with what I found in the catalog, correct? So that's what I did, correct? Now, in terms of the social grouping of these orcas live in pods on groups that are matriarchal in nature, correct? They are all their social interaction and direction where they hunt, where they go, is actually done or directed by the female. And in this case, this is a group that is commonly observed in the Monterey area. And this Emma, the one with the two notches, is actually the head of that group, correct? So you can see here that Emma is the daughter of 14, but Emma is the boss of the group, correct? And this 60, which is the male that he goes with Emma, is actually Emma's brother, correct? Now they don't procreate together. The males, they live and hunt together with their family, but when the time is to procreate, they go and join other groups temporarily so that there is no problem genetically with the grouping. So they are sophisticated socially that they can even do that, correct? And the other two individuals that I was able to identify were these young male, the one that we were following, C30C, which is the third the third descendant of Emma, and this 30D, which is the one that had a little notch. And the juvenile is probably either a fourth daughter of Emma or one of the granddaughters of Emma here in this, but I wasn't not able to identify. Okay, so the social group is a reflection of the intelligence. Okay, and they basically have a way of communicating among themselves. And we were lucky that the group was dispersed hunting, and we were able to see them going in the direction of trying to reunite for this feeding opportunity. Okay, in terms of what they prey and what is the temporal occurrence in the Monterey area, these mammal specialists, they actually mostly prey on sea lions. You can see here the statistics from this reference. 44% of the observed interactions are predation for a sea lion. A big resource for them is the gray whale calf, and that happens on certain. Oops, I'm sorry. Sometimes PowerPoint jumped. They do 12%, but then they do harbor seals, common dolphin, northern elephant seals, which I went to photograph. And actually, interesting fact is I find out that they don't go after northern elephant seals because the northern elephant seals are able to go to basically deeper depth. So they don't have to surface as much as the California sea lion. Therefore, they don't get prey. as much as the sea lions. Okay? And this is the order they actually eat. Also, the common murre is a bird, and they sometimes eat some of the bird, play with it, that and in another of the dolphins and all the type of whale. The one that they were hunting this time was this minke whale. Okay, now in terms of occurrence, in how much you can how easy is to see them in Monterey. It depends on the migration of the gray whales. You can see here in the graph to the right that it is basically between March and July where the gray whales are passing by north towards Alaska, that there is the highest concentration, okay, and a great numbers encountered. And then when they go south from Alaska to warmer waters, that you have another peak here. Okay, so this is actually what I wanted to show you from the reference. Now I'm going to show you here a sequence. This is actually with the 23 frames at approximately 1 second, 20 frames per second on that male that I showed you before, that is called OCT30C. His given name is, I find out later, it's called Ben. Okay. And this is the whole sequence, correct? So I'm watching there, looking for the water to become a little, to see whether something about to emerge. Okay, so this is him. It's still underwater. A little bit further, and you can see now the nose of the whale is just doesn't have any water in top, and as I showed you before, it's emerged. You can see they're starting to blow out of the blowhole. Okay, and you can another section here. I love the texture
like
of
the
the water.
jet stream. The jet stream.
Exactly,
No.
and then you can see there expelling the air from the lungs before they catch another, and I can see all the little droplets coming out. Okay.
Now, did they say how long they can hold their breath for?
I didn't find any information, but these guys, and that's why the elephant seals are able to
They can kind of outlast them.
allows them, because elephant seals can hold their breath for 2 hours, okay, and go very deep. So these guys actually, when they're hunting, they go into the canyon and they wait for the gray whales to pass in top, and they come from the deep of the canyon and emerge. But I think they can only, they take typically dive that are not longer than 30 minutes or so. So their hunting is actually, because they are counter shaded, correct? They are hunting they're looking for the prey from below, particularly those that have to be at the surface. Okay, so here goes the sequence. You can see them. Here I'm going a little bit quicker.
Rainbow effect.
My rainbow effect. Okay. And there is another second afterwards of all the things. So I was lucky, you can see, guys, that I was able to maintain the frame, maintaining the frame for a long time. And I have about 3 or 4 of these sequences. So I was very happy with the outing, and great opportunity here. So now I can open this for a Q&A. Let me get out of here. If I don't bore you enough, you can ask me some questions.
I was just going to bring up there's been a lot of discussion about a specific pair of killer whales. Now, they're not ones that are in the area that you frequented here on the trip, but there's a pair of killer whales where their dorsal fins are bent way over, and one is bent in one direction, one is bent in the other direction, and they're 2 whales that have been very detrimental to the great white shark community off of South Africa, and where they are smart enough to where they have figured out, okay, that if they can approach the shark, they can turn the shark upside down. So once the shark is upside down, a shark will go into a catatonic state. So the shark cannot move. Basically, the shark is asleep for all intents and purposes. So the process of what this pair of killer whales is doing is they're approaching the great white sharks. They're getting them flipped upside down, and then basically they're just tearing out their livers. Yeah. And they only eat the liver. They don't eat the rest of the shark. They only eat the liver. And they have really decimated and scared off the great white shark. Like all those Shark Week episodes where they show the great whites leaping out of the water with a seal in their mouth, or those type of images that for probably over a decade were like the highlight of the Shark Week footage, with these sharks getting the seals.
Yes.
They had years where they couldn't find any because they had gotten too many of them had gotten killed by this one pair of killer whales, and the great white sharks left the area. And I think only recently, in the last year or two, they've somewhat start to come back a little bit, but nowhere near to the numbers that were there before, because those whales have figured out how to polish them off. I mean, the sharks don't have a chance.
You see, Jeff, that's what I learned by doing all this research and reading about it. Right? Those that kill shark for food, they are different. They are not related to this one. These ones, they will go after the seals, even in an area like South Africa, and they will not bother the sharks. Now, if the shark go after them, they will attack them, correct? But the ones that go after the shark, they are specialists in their culture, correct?
Right.
Their culture. These are animals that we can understand they have culture, correct?
Yep.
In their culture, those are different. Those are morphologically different, and they will go and eat the shark. Correct?
It would be like looking at them as like relative to people, like the difference in Indian tribes.
Exactly.
One tribe is different than another tribe,
and one will eat buffalo, and the other one will be, only corn and maize and all that kind of stuff. These guys that in Monterey, they are killer whales. Correct? They go after marine mammals. The ones that go after the sharks are different. Now they can defend themselves against the shark. So the other phenomenon that is happening recently, you mentioned, is I think it's in the Mediterranean, that now some of the for whatever reason they haven't explained, some of these orcas or killer whales are starting to interact with some boats. Correct?
Yeah,
and
they're attacking boaters. Yeah,
exactly, attacking boats, and they know that. Because actually, this is the other thing that I learned. Despite the fact that they have that, they have every teeth is this big, correct? But actually, they don't hunt the prey by biting. They actually use the biting is only for eating. They kill the prey by ramming it.
Yeah.
Right? So they will ram the females or the gray whales, correct? The young of the gray whales, correct? And they will separate them from the mothers, right? And they will ram it until they and then eventually they jump in top and trying to drown it, right? So they and with the small dolphins, they actually capturing and they toss it out of the air, so that they impact back into the water. Is what kills them. So
you look at the shape of the teeth of any, basically even the tooth that's somewhat sharp and pointy, that of the ones that were eating the sharks, because the shark skin, for those who don't know, shark skin, if you move your hand across it in one direction, it's smooth. If you went the other way with your hand, it would rip the skin right off your hand. So that's why those teeth are worn the way they are for the ones that eat the sharks. But it's just but their teeth, even the ones that are worn and a little bit pointy, obviously are not anywhere near the shearing action of a shark, of a great white shark, which are triangular, have sharp edges on both sides, very pointy, meant to grab, and you switch, you turn, they turn their head, they shear the flesh right off. The whales aren't like that. They're almost like peg teeth, more like peg teeth for gripping. But like you said, that's not how they kill their prey. They kill their prey with the brunt force of their, because they're so strong and they're so big and they're so fast and they're in groups, so they can wear down a whale. And take it out, and like
they actually drown them. They jump in top of the little ones. Actually, some of the in this reference that I mentioned there is a whole chapter on predation that is fantastic, correct? I mean, for the people that like natural history, correct? Don't read it to your children as a bed story. This is not that type of reading.
You could if you need to scare them for some reason.
Exactly. But I find out that you can see, you got a whale bone there from Anita.
Yes, you do.
So that's a jawbone.
You just
Lower
put
jaw.
it horizontal.
Wow.
That's a jawbone for a baleen whale.
Is it a baleen?
Yes, because that's why you don't have teeth. So this is supporting the baleen of filtering.
Yeah, they filter the small fish and the plankton. Yeah.
It's
But
it's just about, well, I'm 5'4", and it's just about as tall as I am.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Anita. This is lovely.
It was probably something you never expected that I'd have in my possession.
Exactly. Hey, I know you guys are very eclectic, and we are all the same.
Yes, this is from Prince Edward Island.
Exactly.
Hey.
So the
some people pick up shells on the beach, just to let you know.
exactly. The stewards go for bone. So
Shells are passe.
Yeah, shells are passe. Yeah.
So that's what one of the things that I did. I was lucky enough and try to do my best as a photographer and enjoy the time with the photos afterwards. So sometimes the enjoyment of the photos come afterwards when you get home, correct, and start looking at what you did. But photographically, is it was difficult. The white balance. That's what I asked Jeff, and getting the right exposure, correct, and not blowing up the whites was a challenge. So I and of course these modern cameras are fantastic, but you still have to fight them, correct? You have to fight the field condition.
Yeah, and thankfully, if you don't nail the white balance perfect in the camera, you can always, as long as you're shooting raw, you can change it in post. And that's the big advantage of shooting in raw, because you don't have that when you're shooting JPEGs.
Yeah.
You have a lot less limit. You're a lot more limited in terms of white balance adjustments when you're shooting JPEG files. So you shoot raw.
But then you have 2,000 photos, even on that sequence that you saw there of the 23 frames. I have to adjust the balance, because otherwise the color of the sea will look completely different. Okay? So photographically, and that's what I was asking you about, these different metering device. Correct?
Yeah.
We use auto, white balance, and certain issues. You have to be prepared to do some work afterwards. Correct?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's and you're not doing it. You're doing it to make it look correct. You're not doing it in a sense to create an artistic form, form of what you saw. You're trying to tweak it to make it look how you saw it.
Real.
Make it look real. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I want to thank you for the effort and the time, which I definitely know how much time that took you. Way long, a lot longer than you thought it was going to take.
Oh, sure.
But like you said, the journey is just like when I'm doing a prep for an old camera or something. There's a lot of research,
Exactly.
on the history of the manufacturer or the history of that camera. Why is that camera important? Why would you want to collect it? So yeah, the hours and hours that you spent to do your research on this and find out how can and trying to identify the names of those specific whales and show where you got the information and whatnot is amazing. And I think everybody in the chat, if you could clap at home and somehow it reaches Gustavo, is give him a round of applause for his effort, because that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. We appreciate it.
And we'd like to share here among the community here, correct? That's what we try to do, and when we enjoy something, we share, correct?
Yeah, and you having gone there, and like I said, highlighting a few common areas where people may get an excursion, may want, and and then comparing the boat size differences and the different experiences and the different price points and all that stuff.
Exactly.
You may have just planned a whole bunch of vacation trips to Monterey area by doing this presentation. So you should get a commission or something from California. Bringing in more tourists. They should give you a little,
exactly.
little tip.
Although I tell you, Jeff, that my wife is actually researching, because we also were trying to see some white sharks, correct? And around this area is also the time, but because they are typically a little bit further afield, correct? And it's more chancy to see the shark, correct? But apparently, Cape Cod.
I was just gonna say, just go to good old Cape Cod, Massachusetts, baby. My
so
close to my old stomping grounds.
Exactly. So you can imagine my wife is already thinking about when are you taking me to Cape Cod to see the white sharks.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have any trouble seeing any there, because the seal, their reason they are there, much to the chagrin of the locals who have to get called in out of the surf quite often, is the overpopulation, the successful restoration of the seal population.
Exactly.
The seal population has grown so much that Cape Cod is now a preferred dining area for the great white sharks. So I'm sure there are many just like you had tour boats for seeing killer whales. I'm sure they have more than their fair share of charter boats that you could rent to go see these great whites near the small little islands or areas along the land where those seals are hanging out, because the sharks are just waiting for them, just like you see on TV. It's like the dinner bell is ringing, they were just sitting there waiting.
We are doing my wife and I are doing the investigation already. The only thing is that the sharks, in order to get the seal, they have to go to the shallow. So you have to go into a smaller boat to get to where the sharks are. So Randall make questions about earthquakes, and as you know, I'm a retired geologist, so there is no. So there is a little. Let me share again, Jeff. I'm going to tell a little bit of. He's asking about.
Did I just unclick something?
No, that's okay. Let me share again.
I thought I clicked it to open it up and it got rid of it.
Okay, so
let me make the screen bigger.
Yeah. So this is actually another view from NOAA of the Monterey, and this is the actual canyon. And Randall was asking if this is related to to the earthquakes. Actually, it's not, and I will explain a little bit. This actually had to do more with the drainage of the morphology of the geography here, which of course in this area of California is highly controlled by the San Andreas Fault and all the subsidiary fault in here. But it's actually the drainage of these valleys that are related to that actually created that canyon. Okay, and this is part of this Monterey National Marine Sanctuary. So there is some limitations on what can be done in terms of fishing in that area, and this is particularly rich. But you can see here, it goes into beyond the continental shelf into the deep ocean very quickly. Okay, now in terms of the geology portion, this is the other good resource, California Killer Whale Project. Correct. So this is another one that has a lot of the photographic inventory. Correct. But to answer Randall here, correct, you cannot take the geology out of me completely. Okay? So obviously, you can see here all the different faults, correct? Because I wanted to see exactly what Randall was asking, whether the canyon here, you can see here, was basically coincided with the age of the fault, and it's actually not the case. Most of the faults you're running in this direction, while the canyon is running in that direction. Okay, and these are all faults, obviously, that are part of the margin between the Pacific plate and the the North American plate. Okay, but the faults that are there in that area are this San Gregorio fault. Okay, and then the further inland is actually the San Andreas fault. Okay, and in that area where I think is I think Jim, which I don't see him today here, a real Nikon lover, he live around the Paso Robles area. Okay, he's on Paso Robles is one of those that is situated in top of the fault, and actually this is a San Andreas fault. So Randall, they are controlled by the geography. The canyon is controlled by the geography, and the geography is controlled by the fault, but there is no direct relationship between the fault and the actual canyon. Okay. So anyway, this is the bonus geological information about the trip. Thank you, Jeff.
Bonus dollars. Bonus dollars. See, it's like you just got the McDonald's double quarter pounder with cheese deluxe.
Exactly.
Not the regular one. You just got you got the extra. No, I mean this is just great information because I mean, for people that I mean, if you live in New England, lots of times you'll go off of Plymouth, Massachusetts. Is a common area where people will get whale watch tours from Plymouth, and just like on the East Coast, you got certain hot spots for whales, and on
exactly.
the West Coast, you got certain hot spots for whales. But yeah, you'll definitely won't have trouble. You won't have trouble finding. You'll have more success finding your great white sharks in Cape Cod than you will in South Africa.
Exactly. The question is whether you can photograph them, because for us photographer, that's the next thing. The challenge is can we get a photo, right?
Well, I think you would get one. I think it's just a matter of, like you said, you're going to be on a typical maybe a large. I don't want to say large. Large is subjective, but let's say you might be on a 30-foot boat.
Yeah, like a Boston whaler.
You're right, Boston whaler, something like that. You're going to be on a 30 to 40-foot boat, probably with just a handful of people, and you're going to pay they'll charge you a premium rate to go out there and get you near the sharks. But when you see I can't think of the name of the marine biologist that's been on Shark Week a lot. From the Cape Cod area, and he does a lot of the shark tagging
exactly.
And whatnot. But yeah, he's not on a huge boat, on a real huge boat, and he's out on the transom, getting ready to try to put the tag on the shark. I mean,
Exactly.
so
Hey,
that's like
and
Quint, in Jaws.
exactly. You need a bigger boat.
We
And
need a
thank you
bigger
to
boat.
David and Anita for the support here and the props.
You're
The
quite
prop.
welcome.
Yeah, everybody needs a prop,
Exactly.
Well, thanks again. We appreciate it. I think everybody in the chat got a good lesson. Sorry, I got a little bit of a cough, so I apologize, folks. But
My wife warned me, hey, you're going to bore your friends in the photographic Saturday with all your useless information.
I should have bribed the rest of the guys on the panel to get out pillows and put them like this.
Exactly.
Yeah. The technical term for that, Gustavo, is UFI.
Exactly.
But thanks again. And anybody now, if anybody has any questions for Gustavo, throw them into the chat. I'm sure he'll do his best to answer them for you.
Yeah, I noticed that I think somewhere in the discussion that somebody correct me, and that was appropriate because I was winging it, that they can only hold the breath for about 15 minutes, right? So that you can see they are made to do this type of hunting, right? So they are made for speed. They're made for they are like the lion pride of and the wolf of the sea, correct?
Yeah.
Well, everybody likes to think of sharks are scarier looking. So everybody likes to, I think a lot of people, I'm a big shark guy. I actually love sharks. I've got a lot of books on sharks. And I think as a shark lover, I think it's natural where you hate to admit that there's another species that's more that's capable of bumping off a great white shark, but killer whales are much smarter, and they're in groups, and those sharks don't have a chance.
Exactly.
Don't have a chance.
I think Albert mentioned about humpback, and in that Monterey area, there's a lot of humpback. Reading all these resources, I find out that actually the killer whales don't prey too much on the humpback, because you probably have seen the photos of the humpback. They have a lot of barnacles in their fins, and I always wonder, wow, what they don't try to get these barnacles off in outcrop of a rock or something. Actually, they use the barnacles in their fins and in the tail as a weapon. You can imagine that if you get hit by one of those fins, but on top of that, you have all these razor sharp barnacles. That is the killer whales don't mess with the humpback because of that. And I didn't know that until I did all this reading.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that they did in British Columbia is they didn't like the name of killer whales, so they replaced them with orcas.
That's true.
So there's no killer whales in British Columbia at all anymore.
Well, that's like putting lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig.
I know. But it's a pig.
Canadian politeness, they call it.
Yeah,
which we appreciate, David.
Yeah. I got a whole bunch of friends in BC, and I always kid them about things like this. And between that and there's gasoline is in the average of 50 cents more a liter than it is in Alberta. So I always say that their gasoline must be that much better because they're paying that much more for it, and it's all tax.
Yeah, but a lot of those in British Columbia, David, and this is interesting if you and Anita visit there, is that the pods for this, the salmon eating, which are the resident ones, right?
Yeah.
Those groups are a lot larger. They are, 50, and they stay in that area, and they don't eat anything but salmon, okay? Now you have these transients there that eat sea lions and sea otters and all the other marine mammals, correct? But those groups are smaller, only 10, and they actually. What is fascinating, they don't interact with each other. So they don't mix, they don't breed with each other, despite the fact that to us, except for what I showed you here, they are similar looking ones, correct? But they are so indeed the ones in the intercoastal there in Vancouver and British Columbia, right? The chance when you do well watching there, the greatest chance is to see one of the residents, and they are only killers of salmon. They don't kill anything else. Okay?
Yeah.
Fish diet.
And they don't, obviously they do not have a taste for human beings, which is a good thing.
And that's what amazing that I was reading on this. There is no recorded incident of any attack of killer whales on human. Because some of you that have been in the Monterey,
except for SeaWorld.
Well, exactly, in captivity.
They're in captivity, and that's a whole different story.
Yeah, but they get also a little bit bananas, correct?
Yeah.
It's like that fin that is curve and drop.
Yeah.
That only happen in captivity, correct?
Yeah,
in the wild, the males always have the fin is erect in that.
Just like I said, those two whales that are going after the sharks in South Africa have those curved dorsal fins for whatever reason. Which is not normal. Not
exactly. Normal. Exactly. Randall said that Richard Harris got attacked in the movie. Yes, indeed. We remember that movie, Randall. But no, there is no recorded incident, which is surprising given the fact that, I mean, if you go into the Monterey area, you see all these people among the kelp forest around the aquarium and all that with kayaks. And I would say, wow, if I can kill a whale, those people look like a easy prey to me. But I think the reason is I don't think we have even me. We don't have sufficient blubber for them. We are not nutritionally good.
They like the liver, and our livers aren't very big. So they have no. It would be kind of like we sit there and we have fish and we don't eat the bones, right? So
exactly
for us, we're just like a fish with too many bones in it. Exactly. They don't want to deal with us. We're not worth it,
Exactly. Not sufficient fat.
Yeah, they probably taste tested us, hundreds of years ago and scratched us off the list,
Exactly. Bad item in the menu. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised though that with all the ramming that they've done on some sailboats, where they literally like wrecked them.
Yes.
That no one
chew the rudder off.
No one got killed, and no one got killed. That's a surprise.
Roy, and I, because I was obviously, as you can imagine, I've been reading a lot. These guys are so intelligent that those that have been in the Mediterranean, they go after the rudder. Right? They know that it's the rudder that controls the freaking sailboat, and they go and ram the rudder to make sure that they cannot maneuver.
They're tearing it off with their teeth.
Exactly.
Very amusing. Not for the people in the boats, though. Actually, we had some big sharks here last year, I think it was. One shark was bigger than Jaws.
Woof.
He'd been eating the other sharks.
Exactly.
I found bits of 6-7 foot sharks in it.
Well, I think the same killer whales, they have the sharks that you would never see diving because they really only come out at night.
Yes.
And they're very deep. Those 7-gill sharks, they call them 7-gill sharks. They come up from the depths, and the killer whales, I guess, have when they can't find the great whites, they've been doing the same treatment on the 7-gill sharks, which are pretty large sharks too, but they're basically ones that a diver's not going to see. They're way too deep, and they only come out at night, and they're not swimming around in 30 feet of water. They're they're eating stuff that's down at the ocean depths.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that they mentioned in this publication, that because the killer whales don't hold their breath too long, but also they don't go that deep. They are not adapted to go deep. What if they don't eat the gray whales quickly, and the whales basically they are not the gray whales are not buoyant, correct? They go into the deep sea, they cannot access the food, so they have to eat quickly and actually maintain the whale in top of the water, correct? By pushing it, because if it goes to the deep, they cannot reach it anymore. So anyway, a lot of things that you learn when you do photography, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the thing is, you got to know your subject, so you
exactly.
can,
I think that's going back to photography. That's the great. The if you want to have some success, you have to know your subject, and that could be a model, or how to position a model, or how to photograph a particular bird, or what is the behavior of a killer whale. So you have more chances to get your photos.
You look at totally different genre from most of us, but someone like Matt Granger,
Mm-hmm.
right? Matt works with mainly 2 or 3 models all the time. Once in a while, he'll do a shoot with, let's say, someone who's approached him that says, I want you to, put a portfolio together for me, or that type of thing, and maybe he'll share that on his channel. But for the most part, he has, I would say, primarily two models that work with him all the time.
Exactly.
And so you kind of read each other's minds, and it's like, what if you're a person that is up every morning to get the sunrise. You do it long enough, you go to the same area, where the best vantage point is. You just, everything becomes automatic. So you get your routine down, and that's all just from practice, as well as nature or bird photography. When you're watching if you're in a tidal zone, you're watching when it's low tide.
Exactly.
You don't get there when it's already low. You try to get there during the transition periods, because that's when either food is left trapped in small pockets of water that the birds are going to then go after, because the fish weren't smart enough to go out with the tide when the tide was leaving, so they become, filet mignon for the birds. Or you got the opposite scenario where you're there as the tide starts to come in, because then new food sources are getting brought in towards the shore, and then the bird feeding activity goes up then as well. So that's an important part of planning your day. And of course, for me, I'm a morning shooter. I'm not an afternoon shooter. So for me, 1 week's going to be, I'm always there when the tide is close to low tide. The next week I'll be there, and it's always high tide. Okay. But the conditions have changed over a couple years, where the feeding activity, the behavior has changed, where it used to be when the tide was low and you had those pockets of water, you'd have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of birds, feeding in those pools of water. And even when it was just, where the water level was low, but you could still see water across the the mud or whatever. the birds would all be there by the hundreds, and now it's like a lot of these birds they're not there when the tide changes. There's not a lot of them. It's like they're on the pond side. They're on the other side, which is being artificially kept low, as I've complained about many a time. And so they're over there. So the behavior has changed in part due to man's interference with the natural
cycles.
The cycles, fooling around.
Exactly.
But I don't know. This is the time of year where, for me anyway, I'm hoping to get owl shots and stuff like that. And there are two great horned owls in the park that I'm aware of, which have had no success finding them. I'm not one that is going to put on the hiking boots and go marching into the woods and kind of like track them like a tracker. I might, let's say if I had 50 times where I'm looking for owls, one out of those 50, I might decide to go into the woods for a little bit and look around. But usually if I don't see them close to the road edge, or say 50 to 75 feet in, scanning the trees, scanning with my telephoto lens on the camera, I don't see him. But Dave is getting ready to take off that time of day. He's got you got more shooting. You going shooting tomorrow, Dave?
Well, that's the idea. We'll see what the weather's like in the morning, and we'll probably get out. It's like my truck doesn't like these temperatures, so I've never had so many idiot lights come on and not go off. And then I shut the truck off and let it heat. Like we plug the trucks in here, so the engine will warm up enough, and the heater cord for my truck was, when I was bending it to try to get the end off so I could plug it in, it broke in the cold. The plastics became that stiff. Actually, I think it was a rubber, but anyway. But I'm going to let you guys go and see you next Saturday, and the same with everybody that's in the chat, and we'll see you all too. And it's been an interesting night, and Gustavo, you had a great talk here. Lots of good pictures, and Anita had that bone that she's been carting around for a number of years.
I'm glad you didn't say like you guys use it for a toothpick.
No, we could use it for something else though.
Yeah.
Yeah. On cold days, you want to press the shutter button, You don't have to go outside.
Well,
anyway.
you guys have a good night, and wish you luck tomorrow.
Yep. We'll see what happens, and by Monday, Tuesday it's supposed to warm up again, and in 2 weeks' time we're going to be in Yellowknife, so we'll find out what it's really like to get cool. And good evening, Randall and Greg, and I'll see you guys later.
Take it easy, Dave. Thanks a lot.
Okay, bye.
Stay warm. I don't know how David does it. I give him a lot of credit for having. Sometimes sometimes you have to convince yourself and motivate yourself to get out of bed
Exactly.
at a certain time to even go out and take pictures on a good day. But to motivate yourself to go out when you're gonna, he bundles up to the point where I'm sure he doesn't feel the cold as much as my mind is saying he's feeling the cold, but a brave man, that's for sure. I mean, he's in temperature. You know, I think of that Nikon ambassador in Svarbog, is it?
Yeah.
With the polar bears. And
Yeah.
Dave's in an area that's as cold or colder than there.
Oh, sure.
Morton Hilmer, right?
That's
Morton Hilmer. So David's taking pictures in temperatures that are as bad or worse than what Morton is taking. So you got to give Dave a lot of credit for being able to do that.
tougher than I am.
Yes.
Oh, and remember all these European West European countries, they are warmed up by the Gulf Stream. Okay, David is in the middle of when he's on this other side of Rocky. He's a continental cold. That Yellowknife is in the Arctic, above the Arctic Circle. So
Yeah.
no, that's serious cold.
Yeah. If he's never going to shave off that.
He needs it.
There's no way.
Now we know why he's got it.
Yep. But so we wish him
Thermal insulation.
well with his photo endeavors tomorrow. Still try to break that Z8 or that Z9, see if it'll die on him. But I think the sound he's talking about, it's got to be the
Ibis.
It's got to be the Ibis. I mean, there's nothing else that's going to be moving.
Well, and we do know that the lenses that had the old F and the G lenses, F mount G and E lenses, the Ibis is so much noisy compared with the Ibis of the Z lenses, okay? Because it didn't matter; they were not shooting video with it.
Yeah,
So
but I think it's his ibis, not his iris. It's part of the shutter, the sensor.
Exactly.
The sensor.
Exactly, it's not in the lens; it's actually in the
In
camera.
the body, in the body of the camera. Yeah.
Well, remember that even at one point, Rishi was saying that the ZF that he could that he could move it and feel something rattling inside, correct? Because they have the new type of IBIS that the sensor can move the more degree of freedom, and it doesn't have what the Z8 and Z9 have. That when you shoot it off, it basically stabilizes the sensor. That one, the ZF doesn't have that.
It can't lock it into position like the other cameras when you're
exactly
turn it off.
Cost cutting.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
but I'm sure that our friend here, David, is going to, now that we give him that hint, he's going to research it properly and experiment on the camera.
I don't know. Geez, you guys might remember when it was. Remember when I had that little discussion about CFEB 4.0 cards, the analysis on the flow from the camera, into your computer, that kind of thing. For those of you that remember that, if anybody wants a copy of what I shared, okay, I see one hand. I have a PDF file that I will send anybody who wants it. So if you have the desire to, I don't know, you need some reading material that'll help you sleep at night, then send me an email. I will forward you the analysis and help you sleep at night. You won't need to take pills anymore. So I'll just letting you know that I have it for those who may want it. And a few other things I got, just a general conversation. How many has anybody here in the panel? I didn't personally have one. My cousin had one. Did any of you guys ever use a Polaroid SX70 camera when it came out?
I had mostly backs with the FP100 backs.
But the first model, when they came out with that camera, the first one was sold in Florida, and then they started selling it nationwide by the fall of 1973, and by middle of 74, they'd sold 700,000 of those cameras between the fall of 73 and the middle of 74. That's amazing. 700,000 cameras. And when those weren't cheap when they came out. They were like $180 for the camera.
They've released a new one that's even dearer. That's $600-700.
Yeah.
And that's the traditional Polaroid that you peel the film or not?
No, this was the one where it spit out the front.
Okay.
You didn't have to peel anything. You hit the button. It spit out the front, and you just laid it on the table, and it would develop right in front of your eyes.
Okay. The one that people shake?
You didn't even have to shake it. You just
I know, but people use
it. Oh yeah, you used to have to shake it.
That's the fun part.
Yeah. The film was back then when it came out was $6.90 for a 10-pack of film, 10 images, $6.90.
I knew a guy that had a view camera that had 8x10 Polaroids. They were horrendous. I don't know how much they were, but they were very, very expensive.
Oh, my cousin loved that. I mean, he had a Canon AE1 program, was his 35 millimeter camera, but he went nuts with that Polaroid when it came out. He just loved the instant gratification, being able to take a picture and just watch it develop right in front of you.
It was certainly expensive. It was not. Yeah. I mean, I remember reading, and you probably have read about that. Yeah, there was a artist that actually was using that type of Polaroid film, and then when the little thing came out, he would use a stylist to actually work on the actual emulsion, and it was fantastic images. So he would take a photo, and then he will do all sort of artistic design around. Incredible. That person made a living as an artist, as a painter, basically by taking photos and then modifying the image.
They were useful, but the dynamic range and clarity of Polaroid was never very good.
No. I think most people like yourself, you use it just for a proof,
just
correct?
A rough guide. I still got Polaroid backs for all my cameras.
I think our one of our photographic heroes, Jeff Lanting, correct, mentioned in one of his that he mentioned that he used to have those Polaroid back and the Polaroid that comes out to get in the fit in the because he was shooting film, to get proof of what he was photographing, and then he will send those Polaroid to National Geographic, to the editor, to say, hey, this is what I have in the film. But he will do a lot of Polaroid just to keep National Geographic informed of what he was doing.
You had to show your art to the Polaroids too.
Does now Fuji obviously makes instant film. Does any of their film work in any of those old camera backs that you have?
Not anymore. They stopped making that size.
Okay.
It's very upsetting. They're very good for kids. Kids love the big cameras with the Polaroid backs.
Yeah, that's too bad to see the stuff go away like that.
Yeah.
And apparently some of these people that did expeditions, they used to have the Polaroids. Just you get into a photographer tribe or something, they will take a bunch of Polaroids and give it to them, so that they, in a way, to ease their way into the community.
Keep the kids from revolting.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one thing that, like when Art Wolf, switched to digital, and I think I mentioned before that I think he's probably a human being on this planet that has visited more tribes throughout the world, many of which aren't even around anymore, and he's captured them on film. And when he does, like, say, trips to countries that still have tribes or what have you, let's say he's bringing a group of people or what have you, one of the favorite things that he likes to do is, he takes the image, he takes the picture with the digital camera, and he'll sit there with the people and show them their image on the back of the camera, and they love to see themselves on the back of the camera. And that's something that he's always done. He always, and he lets them hold the camera and lets them take a picture of him with the camera. And I think it's really neat how he involves his subjects and shares what he does, and then lets them have the opportunity to have a little fun taking a picture of him, and then they get a kick out of that. And he's got quite the reputation and the respect of people all over the world,
and build all that rapport and goodwill that they allow him then to be models for him.
Oh yeah, they have let him take pictures of certain let's say cultural events that they would not let anybody else take pictures of, because of the rapport that he developed with these tribes over decades, of his life. Amazing person. So Cooley's asking what
easy move to Australia.
Yeah, what's a good way to keep your hands warm?
Cooley had to go back to the beginning of the show, but I show him later on some of the gloves. But Cooley, you had to watch at the beginning of the show these hand warmers. That's we discussed that in the first half an hour of the show.
What brand are they? They're unbranded, are they? Or
yes,
I'll have a look for them. They look like fun.
Koopa. Oh, look at that. Oh, Koopa.
They look useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at INNOPAW. They're magnetic. I think is similar ones to what you have.
Yes.
They got a magnetic 2-packs. Anywhere from, there's different brands, anywhere from, basically $40 for the two of them. I see I'm on Amazon right now. There's one called Sherble hand warmers, rechargeable 2-pack, 15-hour long heating. Of course, if they've got different heating ranges, that could be
exactly.
That could be 15 hours at the lowest setting. So
exactly.
But those are like $15.99, 20% off. Those might be a little too cheap. So be careful, if it's too cheap, it may not be so good,
May last longer though.
But they're not incredibly, even the higher price ones are really only like $40 for a pair.
And useful, correct? Because we need our fingers to be, ready to press the shooter or change it, and regular gloves don't work well, correct? Let me go and get the gloves so that we can talk about that. But I also have something there to share with Martin that I did on the painted bounty.
I bought a pair of mitts. They're in my car, so I'm not going to try to run downstairs and dig them out of my trunk, but they're in my SUV. But I got a pair of mitts that you can fold it back, has like a magnet on it. You can fold it back so your fingers are exposed. So when you put your hand in it, it's like a glove, and the material goes like up to
like this one, correct?
Yeah, they go up, maybe an inch up from where your finger exits your palm, and so that you can flip the thing over, take your pictures, put your hand back in the mitt, and then they make liners for it as well. So if you want to buy liners, it's a little bit cooler. You could get liners that have the material so that you could still fire the shutter with your fingers in the liner. It'll still work on the touch screen and on your shutter button. And then you just fold the mitt over, and those are good for not in the temperatures that David's shooting at. You know, he's got gloves that are probably like, I can't imagine how the mitts that he's wearing or how thick they are, how big
We
they
made
are.
from polar bears.
So these Carhartt are exactly the same type, and these are not that expensive, correct? You can Carhartt with the meat that go over your finger, correct? So that's
And I
similar to
feel
what you
so sorry
described.
for you guys suffering all this cold.
Yeah.
I
So
really do.
those are good, but I show you. I mean, this is my box with these are actually ones that I like a lot. These are actually more photographic specific. These are not that thick. I think they are Aquatech, correct?
Yeah.
And I show you here. This model, well, I don't need to get them out, but you can see one thing that I have is you can get your fingers out.
Yeah.
So these are made for photography specifically. Not terribly warm, but for spring and type of not so cold weather, these are good. The ones that I use that are more heavy duty, I show you here.
Yeah, Gustavo just has all this stuff tucked underneath his cushions and his couch and stuff, you know.
Exactly.
Most people
Hey,
don't have winter gloves hanging around everywhere in the house, but
I live in Colorado, so I have to have gloves at hand.
hey, before you go on, I wanted to see when Jim Eads, aka Real Nikon Lover, came in, because I wanted to send congratulations out to him. He's mentioning it in his post. He's a grandpa for the second time. He was gifted a second grandchild, a boy, 9 pounds 2 ounces, Karen Adam. So our congratulations go out to your daughter Ashley and her husband and the rest of the family. So congratulations to everyone. Everybody's in good health, and Grandpa's probably really tired because he's just saying he just got home from the baby visitation at the hospital. So I joked with him in an email. I said that the future Hall of Fame linebacker there at 9 pounds 2 ounces at birth. So
He's a big one.
yeah, watch out. He'll be in a football uniform before you know it. So congrats, Jim, to you and your daughter and everyone in the family, and enjoy it, man. Hopefully, well, you obviously live close enough to have visited the baby, so that's great. So you'll get to see your grandchild quite a bit, I would imagine. So, hey,
Thank you.
Enjoy, man. That's the stuff that's important. This whole show is not important compared to what Grandpa just experienced. So
We took lots of pictures.
that's what's important, not us. My wife says, "You bunch of chatterboxes."
She knows you well.
Jim. Congratulations, Jim.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of baby pictures in the photo reviews, coming photo reviews.
Yeah, that would be fine too. We would not have a problem with that.
Exactly. He has a new model now, Mr. Jim.
Yeah. And what's good is when they're real little, they can't run away from the camera.
Exactly. At least for the next 2 years.
Gustavo, I'll let you continue with your.
No, I was just completing the discussion here. So these are actually more heavy duty ones, not as heavy as the one that David used, but these are actually what the brand here. These are when I'm really going to get out. So these are made in Norway, correct? Also for photographers.
Well, they must know how cold it gets.
Exactly. No, and this one also have that system that that you can peel the top of the of the fingers to get your fingers out for the photography. So the same that the
Following the
Aquatech.
art director as well.
Yeah.
So if the Aquatechs are relatively light, so with like the weather now, I will not use the Aquatech. I will put this one. These are a little bit more cumbersome, but they have better protection, but they still allow for photography here. Right? But the killer is those USB. These warmers are the best, because you put it in your parker and your jacket, and then you can have your fingers are free. Right? So anyway, coolly that's what we talk a little bit about. And Jeff, I if you share the screen that I have, I put something here for Mr. Martin, who was here before. I think he went back to sleep, but he probably catch it when he watched the whole thing. This was for Martin, who was asking about painted bunting.
Yeah, I remember him asking about painted buntings.
And you were saying that he's in your area. So you share that screen again, Jeff?
What screen you want me to share?
The one that I'm sharing with you.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this is a map of remember I mentioned to him this Cornell Lab app, or no, it's an app. It's a website that is pay web. He has all this information.
Cornell Lab of Orthonology, I think, is what
Exactly.
they call it. Yeah.
But you can see, because he was going to Texas to try to photograph them, correct? And he was surprised when you mentioned that they were in South Carolina.
Yeah, but you could see where, I don't know if you could see my little hand, right? South Carolina area.
Exactly.
I mean, we get them, and we people come down here from the Midwest, come here from everywhere to try to get these painted buntings in the park, and they are beautiful. And of course, I mean, you do what you got to do. They got feeders in a couple places, and so I rarely, nothing I would print out. I try not to take pictures of birds at the feeders. I wait till they get their food and they fly into a tree and they're on a branch, and you could take a picture of them on the branch and no one would have any clue that bird is within 20 feet of a feeder. They just see a bird on a branch. And that's the way you want to do it. You can go near a feeder. I actually got some wonderful. I mean, I gotta bring them into my computer that I took with my friend Bob. We went to Brook Green Gardens, and we found a feeder that was on a hook, hanging from a hook that wasn't very tall off the ground, and we got, I mean, great small bird photos of chickadees and yellow-rumped warblers and some blue jays and a cardinal and a woodpecker and downy woodpecker, red-bellied woodpecker, and between the two of us, we got some real wonderful shots that I can't wait to put on my computer and start fooling around with a little bit. But we didn't even know. We didn't even see the feeder at first. We saw the birds in the trees, and we just started shooting them in the trees. But it was great because you had some vines coming down from the trees. You had vines coming down from the trees, and hanging down like this. And then you had the lichen, the green lichen on that vine, and then you had a small bird sitting on it with a blurred out background. Absolutely beautiful.
That's a
Australian birds that swing on it. Most Australian birds would have a swing on it and play with it.
That's the way to do it. But Jeff, put the map again because I got one for you as well. Correct? Let me. So you share again. I show you a couple of things. Okay, so you can see the ones that you have in your location. Correct?
Yeah.
They are separated from the ones that we get in Texas.
Yeah.
These ones go from they basically go into in South Florida. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Florida.
the population migrate is in the summer in the
They just
breeding
going
season
this
in
way.
your area, and it goes here. Correct.
Yeah.
And I think Myrtle Beach is around this area. Correct, if I'm pointing.
Yeah.
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 Roughly. Yeah.
Now the next slide is for you. Correct, because you work with your snow goose chase. Correct.
Yeah.
So 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 you can see, and this one obviously this is a bigger range, but you are basically that's why you don't see them that much because you are basically at the very end of the margin of where
Yeah.
they are in the East Coast. Correct. So you can see they are far more abundant further north,
Yeah.
into North Carolina, into and further north in here. But your population as well, Jeff, doesn't come from the Arctic, but only from the eastern part of the Arctic.
Up and
Correct?
down the East Coast.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
these go this way, and these guys go this way into Bosque del Apache and all the way into Texas. Okay. So but yours coming to this way. So when you were talking about basically that's why you don't see them because
Yeah.
you have to go all the way up to the northern part of your state, and then they become more common. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. That explains why. Like I said, a gentleman said, rolled his window down in his car and he said, I've been here 30 years and I've never seen one of those.
Exactly. They are not, because you are just there when they are not supposed to be anymore. You are too warm for this.
We're too,
exactly.
We're too warm. Our winters are too warm for these birds. You know,
Exactly.
they want to go up and see David in Canada.
But do you see how far north they go for nesting? Incredible, correct?
But yeah. Oh God, what's the name of it now? I'm trying to think. That place where all the swans and the you mentioned the name of it, Bosque
del Apache.
Yeah, what's sandhill cranes?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Got a picture of a sandhill crane the other day.
Okay.
Down here, sandhill cranes don't belong down here. So I've never seen one other than pictures in books or something on TV. Never saw one. My friend Bob and I, we hear this noise that we had no idea what it was. No idea what it was. We're like, what is that noise? So we start walking around trying to find what's making this noise. So there's an open area, completely open area. I mean, it has some fencing because they have turkeys that are in there and they try to keep them from flying out. They try to keep them in a certain area, but it's a really wide expanse of land. And so I see this bird and I said, I don't know what that is. We're looking at it. And I should put the sound of a sandhill crane on my phone because it would scare the heck out of people if they've never heard what a sandhill crane sounds like. Let me see if I can find it.
They're wonderful.
Well, I guess I'll comment on that, whether they're wonderful or not. One of them is, you go to some of these places where there's tens of thousands of them, and how loud one single bird was. I'm like, oh my God, if I was where there were 10,000 of them, you'd have to have earplugs. There's no way you wouldn't be holding your ears. Sandhill crane vocalization. Let's see if we.
I think it's Jeff and Leslie, who took some pictures. Exactly.
Oh, what did I do? Lose it?
That's it.
Oh, come on. I lost it. I lost it. Sandhill Crane vocalization. Yeah. So that's actually two of them. So if you picture that, like 10,000 of them, I'd be running away, like my ears would be ringing. So we hear this bird, and I'm looking, I go, that's a sandhill crane. I go, what's a sandhill crane doing in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina? So my friend talked to a person on the staff, one of the people is wandering around the park, and said, where did the sandhill crane come from? And she says, well, it's been here for a little while. It came from Florida. We got it they got it from another park of some kind. They got it. But it really is, it's not in a zoo. It's in an open area. It could fly away at any time and go wherever it wants at any time, but it's chosen to hang around there. So,
just bird?
Just one single bird. One single bird.
Must be very lonely.
Yeah. So we got a great shot of a bird that we had no right or no business seeing, and it was cool. And it was in a natural environment. It was not caged in, and it could fly and go wherever it wanted to go. And I don't quite understand the logic of, we got it from another place, because if you're not going to confine it so it can't get away, I hope you didn't pay money for it, because the thing could fly off and go wherever it wants, whenever it wants. So I didn't quite understand that logic that you got it from another place, but it was definitely like we say, you never know what you're going to see, right? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thought I'm going to see a sandhill crane in South Carolina?
That's why you need to get out. You never know what you're going to see.
But yeah, if you don't get out, look at all this weird stuff that you don't get to see.
So remember Martin Hill in the photo review, he shared from the European cranes, right? He shared his, and I think Jeff and Leslie have a video, because for Jeff and Leslie, where they are in the path of the migration. Right? And he goes to some places where you can see a lot of them migrating, and places like here. That sound, Jeff, is the sound of fall. Here, even here, where they don't stop, you can see the big, formations, beach-shaped formations of crane going south, and you can hear them, because when they're flying, they're making that sound, all of them, and they can be very high, and you still see them. So that sound is a sound of the fall. That the fall.
Can hear them, I'm sure you hear them from miles and miles away, miles and miles away.
And in that place, Bosque del Apache, of course, it's a spectacle, because of you are immersed among 10,000 of those, correct? And then when they fly off from their resting place to the feeding grounds. Right?
Now that's where the tundra swans are too, right?
The snow geese, in that area, they also get a lot of snow geese, like the one that you have there, but by the thousands. Right?
Yeah.
It's a wonderful place. It's in north, in the southern part of New Mexico, further south than Las Cruces. I have been there a couple of times. Actually, this winter I wanted to go there, but you either go one place or the other.
You can't split yourself in half. You can only
exactly. But for photographers, it's a fantastic place. Okay? But there are some places in the East Coast where there is, like this one. I think it's in Ohio that our friend Jeff and Leslie photographs some of those sandhill cranes. Now, in South Texas, correct? Correct. When I hope to be soon there at one point around Aransas, there is the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge. That's where you can photograph whooping crane, which is the other crane here in North America, which is there is only like 300 of those. Right? And those are truly spectacular birds. Sandhills are.
I want to ask you a question about your killer whale presentation there. You said that was like a protective park, a preserve or whatever, a protected area.
Yes.
Did they say how many square miles that is?
Oh,
How
huge! I mean, you remember in the presentation, that goes all the way from San Francisco Bay, all the way down into that other place that I stay in Cambria. So it's a huge portion of the entire central coast of California, and California is a big state.
It's a no fishing allowed.
Well, that's what I don't know. That's actually when so it's a designated area. That's what I showed the map. Correct? It's a marine sanctuary.
Right.
Correct. So it's a designated federal designated marine sanctuary. So I presume there is some protections. Correct?
Yeah, I don't think you can fish in a marine sanctuary. I mean,
but I see a lot of fisheries in the area, so there may be some restrictions of when they can do. Obviously, there will not be any whaling activities, but all that area, Jeff, is a marine sanctuary, and it's a huge area. It's only after I read this that I knew about the sanctuary, okay? But I didn't know that it was so huge. And then when you see the map, actually there is another marine sanctuary from then San Francisco Bay north all the way to that offshore island called Farallon Islands. Right?
Yeah, Farallon Island.
Which is where they also a lot of sharks, correct?
Yeah.
Because I know the excursion from San Francisco to Farallon, to the Farallon in Spanish, okay? Farallon, but it's Farallon, which means cliff in Spanish, correct? Where there are some bird colonies and there is a lot of sharks and sea lions around. That trip from San Francisco boat is a whole day because it takes in a boat like 4 hours just going there to that offshore island. Another trip for another time.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna let you guys keep it going for a second. I want to get a book to show you guys some pictures out of a book.
Okay.
I remember books.
So I'll be right back.
So, Mr. Roy, while we're waiting here for Jeff, how's it going with your bear photography? Your friends there?
I don't see bears much anymore. You don't see much here where I live now. It's mostly kangaroos, wallabies, lots of parrots.
No, yeah, I know, but
that was a picture from long ago from a slide.
Okay, but the map asking visiting you.
Yeah, they come daily. They squawk until I feed them. There's a mother and baby that come. The baby's bigger than the mother now. I like magpies and kookaburras though.
No, but you keep trying. Now, I mean, you got the equipment, and they tell you
just got to get out enough to take pictures of them.
Exactly.
I'm still waiting for deer to come visit again. I see everything else, but I hardly ever see these deer.
Yeah, you need to
I
take
don't know
a
what
photo.
they're doing in their hills. Deer in Dandenong Hills is a very strange thing.
Yeah, and for sure. Invasive.
I don't know how they got there because they're not natural to Australia.
No, they are not.
They were stowaways. They were stowaways.
Yeah, probably. They like the climate.
Sure, and no competition.
No, except for kangaroos.
Yeah, and you don't have dingoes in your area, so there's no potential for any type of.
They're mainly in the drier areas. 90% of Australia is desert.
Exactly.
That's where you see the dingoes and emus and mostly.
I'm going to see if
Guarasi's in today. Just arrived.
I was just checking quick because Jim said pictures on their way or pictures coming or whatever of his grandson. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't have them in an email because then I would share them with everybody, but I don't see them. So I thought I would just check in there quick because I don't tend to look at my email much unless somebody tells me they sent me something. Scuba Ozzy, how are you?
I loved his last video, Scuba Ozzy. Most of my videos are pretty short and crappy.
As you guys know, I think Gustavo and I, anyway, are big fans of Art Wolf. And I have, maybe before he retires, which I don't think he ever will, or before I retire in a different kind of way. I would love to meet that man someday in my lifetime. And I bought a book that he did. I bought, numerous books from him. I'm lucky that where I've gotten a couple of them signed by him. So his latest book.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to give him some free advertising for the whole 10 people who know who this guy is.
Exactly.
But he is an amazing individual and photographer. And so he came out with this book called Wild Lives. And I will show you a few images from this book. And if anybody out there that loves nature, if you want to basically get your socks blown off, you pick up this book.
Sounds heavy.
It is heavy.
Yeah, your favorite, Roy.
Yes.
There you go. The images in this book, and there's actually some pages that fold out in the book. He does trips to Japan. He gets pictures of the monkeys there that go into hot springs.
Oh, the Japanese ones.
The Japanese ones.
Macaques or something. I'd love to photograph that, but it's a tourist trap.
Yeah.
You'd have to have a sharp point on your tripod to fight all the tourists off.
Exactly.
But and he's got a few that I've actually got. Not as necessarily as good as him, but the eagle and the merganser.
Yes.
His work is just stunning.
Yes.
So if you folks are into nature photography, wildlife photography,
I'm trying.
there's the man that one of a few in this world that you would love to get trapped on an island with for about a week, like at the Galapagos Islands would be. He's done that. I remember many years ago, if I was a wealthy man, which I am not by any means, he had it was, I think, Art Wolf and Franz Lanting, and there was a photographer who was an editor for, I think it was Popular Photography, and he liked to do stitching of
Alan Rowell.
But there were like three major players, and Art, Franz, and this one other gentleman.
Alan Rowell.
Okay, and they actually had a excursion to the Galapagos Islands, where you could have been on the ship. I think it might have been a National Geographic sponsored trip. And if you had the ching, you could have been on the boat with those 3 individuals taking pictures of all the critters on the Galapagos. And I said, oh my God, if I had the money, if I had that disposable income, I would have jumped at that opportunity. I mean, there's obviously we all have I think people who we admire in whatever genre of photography that we do.
Exactly.
And man, I think it's like, it's like someone who likes a certain football team and says, oh, say maybe you're like a Steelers fan. You go, I'd love to meet Terry Bradshaw.
Exactly.
Oh, I would love to just meet Terry Bradshaw, shake his hand, say hi to him, whatever. And it's like, I'm like a kid when it comes to certain photographers out there that, I would just love to meet him once and just be able to talk to him for like 10 minutes. And that would like be the highlight of me, for me as a photographer. He's one of them.
So Jim sent you the photos.
Okay, I will go back, and there we go. And okay,
Indeed, these guys every now and then when they meet, when they do a presentation, it's a good opportunity. Maybe not to take the tour with them that will cost $10,000, but maybe to meet them and see them presenting some of their work is fantastic.
It's well, Art Wolf likes to go to Creative Live in Seattle, Washington, and he'll do sometimes he'll do reviews of other people's work. That'll be part of, and he'll have people in a very small room full of people, and he'll bring up images that people send in to him, and he'll critique them, and he'll tweak them in Lightroom or whatever. He'll say, oh, you might want to think about doing this, or look at it from this, change your angle, how you took the shot or whatever. And so a lot of that stuff is always on Creative Live. I mean, I don't think they ever delete any of the courses. So anything that was ever done by him or anybody else is there like forever for you to.
But if you have the opportunity to go and be in one of those events.
Be there. Yeah. Be amazing.
So we got the photos of Jim and then Mr. Kuarasi here is talking about him going to the Galapagos and doing some diving in the Galapagos.
We will share these pictures here.
Oh, beautiful.
So there's Grandpa. There's Grandpa. He doesn't look overly joyful, is he? I mean, I think he's a little happy.
He's not happy.
Now I guess I've never seen a baby that's over 9 pounds at birth, so that's amazing.
He's a big one.
The question for Jim is, how did he do that selfie? I don't see a selfie stick.
A selfie stick, yeah. He must have had his wife take the picture of him.
Wow.
Thank you, Jim. We appreciate it, man. See, now for most people, this is what photography is all about. Is images like this, family, friends, loved ones. Those are the ones you remember. Those are the ones that are all sitting in your photo albums in your closet that you got to dig out and look at every once in a while. But once again, congratulations, Jim, to your daughter and son-in-law and grandma and grandpa on both sides, and best of luck and enjoy. Remember, I don't know if you watched Everybody Loves Raymond at all, where Frank used to say, I love to smell babies. Babies smell so good. But thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. Back to Scuba Razzi did scuba diving. Let me put his comments up. Best, most impressive thing he'd ever done. Schools of hammerheads and playful sea lions. Yeah, that's where if you, I would hope, boy, if you went on a photo specific adventure. I mean, I know I couldn't afford to. You pay for a trip like going there and then buy an underwater housing for my Z9 so that I could do some diving and maybe get some of those pictures that you probably got. I'd have to hope that, hey, you guys got one? You got a camera and a housing I can borrow on the boat and just use for a little while?
Funny, a Nikon never made a Nikonos digital, isn't it?
No, actually, I think
you should write to them about that. That would be a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
that would be a brilliant idea. Come up with a Nikonos digital camera for underwater. Oh my goodness!
I don't know whether that was a rumor or somebody trying to put. But you remember Matt Erwin recently was with this Tony Tonelli, or
Tony Tonelli,
exactly. That Tony was mentioning that he has apparently a scuba diving too. That there was a rumor that Nikon will come with an Nikonos that is for underwater. But
it's a simple camera
based on the mirrorless. But there is some issues with the autofocus system on the water.
That is a problem underwater. Is focusing is a hard thing. Yeah,
it's not as simple to do autofocus. And the market is relative, but Roy, for sure that camera that you have, the Nikon 5, that's one of my kind of items that I wanted to own.
What they got to do in that scenario though is make it so that where you could go in manual focus mode and you have a geared ring, so you can turn a knob, right? You could turn a knob to turn the gear, to turn the focus ring and focus it manually.
The Nikon was like that, correct? The Nikon, you have that the focus system in the lens, correct?
I mean, if you make it where it's a fixed lens, you can make it as a fixed lens. You had the turning knobs on each side, right?
They should never retire the Nikonos. The problem is that it didn't make it from the digital from the film to the digital, correct? They went for housing rather than creating. But that Nikonos, I think that was a special technology that Nikon had for many years.
They're lost.
Yeah.
If they go wide enough, it doesn't have to focus.
No, exactly.
And the people that did that camera are probably long gone. You know what I mean? That developed that camera are probably long gone now.
Yeah, and that camera was expensive at the time compared with an F3, correct? For instance, I remember when I bought my F3 HP, which at that time I was living in Europe, so I didn't do that much scuba diving when I was in Europe. But I remember that the Nikon 5 that you showed there, it was expensive. It was more expensive than the F3 HP.
Beautifully made.
Oh, fantastic!
Can't digitize it.
Exactly, but the killer, as Corazzi had shown us before, that camera without all the flashes and strobe, it was nothing, correct? So you needed to
Literally,
spend
it's
double
big
the
extras.
amount or triple the amount just to buy all the flash equipment.
Mm.
Now,
Well,
were those flashes also made by Nikon, or they were third parties?
Yeah, this
they,
be
well,
one of those. And
most people used Icolite.
Icolite,
flashes.
exactly. No, but Icolite was also the maker of the housing later on. Correct?
Yeah, but Icolite had their own line of flashes, and
but they're not Nikons.
I never saw anybody that had underwater cameras that had a Nikon flash. They were
I've
all
seen a couple of
Icolite.
Nikon flashes, but they were big and clumsy.
The Icolites were big and clumsy. They had articulating arm, and they looked like big strobes. I mean, they were big strobes basically, and they were big. And because I went on a dive trip, and I couldn't afford an underwater flash, and a normal decent powered Icolite strobe was like, and this was back in the
80s,
late 70s, when one flash was like close to $1,000, if not more. I couldn't afford that, so I was taking images with no flash. So lots of times, I was getting pictures where the water wasn't very deep before the colors disappeared. Where you get some coral reefs that were, elkhorn coral or certain types of coral that were where you're only in like 20, 30 feet of water, 20 feet of water, and you could get pictures of the fish without a flash, and you'd see the color. But once in a while, the guy who was part owner of the dive shop, who I was with in the group, because I worked at the dive shop, and helped out with the classes and stuff. He let me use his strobe a few times, so that was cool. I got to use the Icolite strobe a couple times on my camera, but I don't even remember what camera I had in the housing anymore. It was so long ago. But
remember, even Kodak made a small Instamatic that was rated up to about 30 meters. Okay, I remember having one of those Instamatic. Okay? That was bright yellow. Correct. With the
Minolta had one that wasn't good for at anywhere near that depth, but they had one that was good, like maybe for one atmosphere, like 30 feet or something. They had like a small. I don't even know. It might have even been a 110. I don't even know if it was 35 millimeter. It might have been like
the Kodak one was 10.
Yeah, 110 camera. Yeah.
But I mean, past 3 meters, correct? Not even the 10 meters feet, but past 3 meters, the light is already filtered, correct? So everything looks blue, correct? Not red, not. So that's why you need these strobes, correct, to go through all that filtering of the light. But Scuarassi mentioned here, which is the only practitioner here of the of the water photography, that he doesn't think that we need the Nikonos, digital Nikonos, because I say that
those housings are so expensive, though.
Oh, I'm sure it's so. But it's
the amount of times I'd ever use them, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I remember the CNC cameras from decades ago, so I guess they still make them. The Nauticam housing is crazy. I think I actually talked about the Nauticam housing for one of the bodies, and I think the housing was like over $6,000, if I remember right.
Them well.
Very, very.
I didn't buy them.
But Jeff, for me, the other appeal of the Nikonos is because, if you wanted to do some field geology, correct? I mean, you wanted to go in a boat and or rafting or so. That was it was an underwater camera, but it was also a camera that was good for for any kind of everything, going into rapids or field excursions. Yes, you were manual focus, and you were obviously.
You used to see a lot of them in the military.
Exactly, wide angle.
Most of them.
It was.
I agree with this statement. There's a lot of housings, but the problem is, if you took a my argument here would be, you could if you took a Z8 and you bought a housing for it, it would be a lot more expensive than
And
a
you don't want it to leak.
digital Nikonus that didn't need a housing. Would be significantly cheaper than a Z8 plus a housing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, if they wanted to do it.
and the beauty was, you finish your dive and you take a hose and, shower that Nikonus or put it in a water bucket. That's it.
Well, the thing that's cool with a camera like that, it was small, right? It was relatively small.
Mm.
And even if you were someone like that picture I showed you of the crocodile, Art Wolf's book here, where part of the body's in the water, the head's out of the water. You could get great shots like that where you're splitting the image, where you got the sky, you got the dive boat in the top of the water, and you got the shark that's underneath the dive boat under the water.
Exactly.
And you can get shots like that, and or even in a freshwater stream or something. You could go in a stream and just stick the camera halfway in and get pictures of brown trout or rainbow trout or whatever you want. I mean,
they're my favorite wet photos. Half
remember
ones.
that Just Trout made that aquarium to put it in the water to take that kind of
I've tried that.
horizon.
It's very dangerous.
Exactly.
Leave your camera under the water.
Yeah. But Jeff, since you are a camera collector, guarantee you that Nikon 5, they still fetch a big price.
I
You better don't look at it.
I don't look at it because I probably would never use it. And
You're a collector.
yeah, I know, but I can't collect everything.
You can try.
But check how much you go for, because I guarantee you they are not cheap even today.
They're not. I think
Sorry, we're getting you in trouble here, Mr. Jeff.
Well, actually, you'd be surprised. KEH is selling one EX minus for $301.08.
Wow.
No lens.
Okay.
There is one with a lens from Used Photo Pro. Nikonus 5 with a 35 millimeter lens for $252.64.
Wow. And Jim just sold one here.
Yeah, another one I see here. Meterworks Near Mint. 28 millimeter f3.5 lens, $269 on eBay.
Okay.
So they're affordable.
Okay.
They're more affordable than they used to be.
Yeah.
The trick is to get one that hasn't been water leaked.
Now here's
Exactly.
here's a kicker here. Here's one. It says pressure tested Nikonus 5 with a 35 millimeter lens, $748.
Okay.
Pressure tested. Well,
Mine's still in the box. Still with the box.
Yeah.
I don't throw away things like that.
Exactly.
When they say pressure tested, are they referring to the photographer that's running into that great white shark, or are they referring to the camera?
Probably your wallet. Yeah, it's an interesting camera.
No, it was a beautiful camera.
Yeah. Greg Corker's taken off to dreamland. We'll have some dreams about of your next photo outing. plan your next photo outing in your dreams while you're sleeping.
Take your camera in your dreams with you.
Yeah. Yeah, Scuba Ozzy's saying, they use a lot of the half dome pictures, the big wide angle dome pictures for that 50-50 shot of the surface and the underwater. Very expensive. Well, is there anything in photography that's cheap? Your camera
There's a
strap.
Nikon AW1 that's waterproof.
Oh,
It's only a little sensor on it.
or stuff that hasn't been done before, just that we can now, we mere mortal can do it now, correct?
Mm.
I have seen one of the, remember from our other uh, one of those other famous photographers, Franz Lanting, in the Okavango River, where he has a Nile River crocodile also halfway through, like that one from our wolf, right?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's I sit back and I look at people like that and you go, oh my God, so what a great life they're having. Look at all the stuff they've seen. You know what? But then when you really sit and think about it, these guys never get a break. You know what I mean? Whether they put food on their table, they have to produce to put food on their. They had to produce to put food on their table.
And traveling by plane these days is a nightmare.
Yeah, and they traveled so much, and they would be in, as you don't know what the weather conditions are going to be like, and until you get there. It's a rough life. What they chose to do is a very rough, very rough life. But
that should have been the underwater camera. That should have been underwater camera. The key mission.
Yeah.
Then it would have been useful.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, we're talking about the Cape Cod, okay? So when and if I go to Cape Cod and get some wake whites, I'm actually going to get a GoPro and put it on a stick, because I know I'm not going to get a high angle view.
And you're not getting in the water with them, are you?
I'm not getting in the water, but a stick with a GoPro I may get it in the water.
See, unlike a killer whale, myself or Gustavo in the water would be very appetizing.
Exactly.
To the great white.
but when I get to that time, then I'm going to investigate and ask some of the people here whether that GoPro on a stick in the water would work.
GoPro on a stick, yeah. Roy would know this. Would know this. Did you know statement? The Nikon F was the first SLR camera to provide the full coupling of the shutter speed and the aperture to the exposure meter, and it was also the first camera with a motor drive at 3.6 frames per second. blazingly fast.
I've got that motor drive. Comes with a battery pack in a leather pouch. Takes C cells, I think.
And for those of us like me who were a Minolta fan, the NIF Colette, NIFCALETTE, the NIF Colette was Minolta's first camera sold in Japan. The year the company was founded in 1928. It was a folding camera with a diaphragm and shutter, made in Germany. Okay, so eventually you had shutter. We talked about it last week. Shutter designs by Japanese manufacturers that basically copied the German manufacturers.
Well, in the 60s, Leica shutters were unreliable. They were taking them out of Nikon cameras and putting them in Leicas. So, who knows?
And that's the issue that we discussed before in this group here, correct? That I think those mechanical shutters, okay, are such a fine piece of machinery.
Beautiful piece of engineering.
Exactly. That they are bound to disappear out of the camera because it's a high precision mechanical device that is no longer needed. So I know many in this community want to say, no, I still want to have a Z6 with a mechanical shutter. I actually very happy not to have a mechanical shutter. People love the sound of the mechanical shutters. Okay, I love them. I understand the nostalgia for the sound, but I don't need them. I don't want any mechanical shutter anymore.
Well, that's
good for triggering flash. That's about it.
you know, I mean, that's the weak point in terms of a repair cycle because it's, you know, 100, well, at one time, maybe 100,000 cycles. Eventually, you got some that were 300,000 cycles or 400,000 cycles. But
My D4 has reached over 1 million now.
Now, Roy, did you ever manage to get this? Is maybe better for David's tour, but did you ever manage to get one of those shutters exploding, breaking during the
I've
use
never
of a
lost a
camera?
shutter yet. I had a Pentax once where the shutter jammed
Okay.
and it made me very irritated. So I bought a Nikon next week, and I've been there since. That was
Is-
mid-70s. The Pentax K1000 that shutter jammed on it.
Yeah. And Randall is making a comment here about the shutter noise. I know that people here have a little nostalgia for the noise, but as soon as I got my C9, I had never put the sound in the C9 or the C8.
I
Never.
like a little click, so I know that I pressed the button.
No.
I have it, but I have it so low that really I'm the only one that can hear it.
That's the way to do it.
It's just so that I don't lose control and get too carried away with my finger being heavy on the shutter, and I'm not scrolling through 10,000 photos when I get home.
I did that when I first got the Z9.
I like to have a general idea of how crazy I'm getting, you know. So I have it very, very low volume.
So do you guys think that the C6 III and the C7 III will have a mechanical shutter or not?
There's a good chance it will. I think it's going to be very similar to the ZF, which is sort of developed on the Z6 line. So it's probably going to be like the ZF, but a bit more advanced again. Hopefully with 2 USB ports if Nikon's listening.
Yeah, I mean, it'll have an electronic shutter as well,
Of course.
but not a strictly electronic shutter.
To be 100% electronic, it needs to have a really good throughput with the data. There's only a few cameras that can do that.
But that means that the next generation of all these cameras are going to be shutterless, okay?
Yeah,
This may be the last
improve
one.
the electronics. The electronics will have to get much faster, bigger buffers. Otherwise, like you've got the Sony A1 could do it. The Canon R3 could do it, and you got the 2 Nikons that can do it. But not many cameras are fast enough throughput to have no shutter without problems.
But that's bound to become cheaper and even more and faster in the future. So
yeah, you're going to get more rolling shutters and things like that without.
Yeah, I mean, I think the R3 has significant rolling shutter though.
The one I saw didn't seem too bad, but I can't remember it that well.
Yeah,
but I
think
cameras,
I mean, of course, at its price point, I would expect it to have it. You know, I mean, it's not the same price as what people like to compare that camera to. I always found it interesting that they tried to say the R3 was like Canon's flagship camera, and it's like it's not Canon's flagship camera. It's flagship's reasonable, a pretty doggone affordable camera that's exciting for many folks.
We're talking about the R3 or the R5?
The R3. The R5, everything I've read about it says that the thing is not quality.
It's built to a price.
Well, it's also it was an older camera, correct? So it represents a different generation of camera. The R5 it's still very capable when it came out, correct? It was at the age of at top of the line in technology.
It's a good camera, but depends on what you want in a camera. I don't think Canon are quite as well built as they used to be, though.
Yeah. But
I remember their 1Ds and 2Ds, and they were very well built. Now they're not as well built.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Anyway, so the question is, I think the shutter is going to become extinct eventually.
Yeah,
just like
the Prism viewfinder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I think that'll happen before we go global as well, because global sensors are very expensive.
Exactly.
And they're not perfect yet.
Yeah, I mean it's this first generation global is for a specific genre of photography, pretty much. It's not a good all rounder camera.
No.
It's for specific. It's for sports photographer
Events.
or someone that needs be able to uh, shoot shoot their flashes at higher shutter speeds and be able to do that. So it's got maybe two case points that it attracts people to, but not as an overall camera to kind of do
If you
everything.
go above 24 megapixels with a global shutter, it's going to be very, very expensive camera.
Yeah. Now I tell you a story about shutters, and the noise, and that's why I'm not nostalgic. I understand that we associate. It's an association, correct? Photography with shutter noise, but I remember one time. I think that was in 2005. Uh, I was still shooting 2005, probably the D100 or something like that. And I think only the professional cameras, I think the D100, D200, that was like 5 frames per second or something like that.
Mhm.
And that shutter of the D200 or the D100, that sounded like clank. And I remember we were in Yellowstone with my family, and there
Might
was
be the mirror more than the shutter that makes the noise.
exactly
The mirror slap. Yeah.
mirror slapping.
Yeah.
But so it was photographing uh, uh, a badger that has a den with babies, right? And there was a line of photographers with a photography there. So I got photographers, professional photographers, correct? Kind of freelancing type of guys, correct? And me, the amateur in the middle, no, and my wife was behind watching me with my son, and they were making fun of me because these guys were going like, "Trrrr," and my camera were going ka-clang, 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 and so I say, so I say, Papi, you need a new camera because they are going, they're going, "Trrrr," and then going ka-clang, ka-clang. It was, I tell you, didn't have too much appreciation for that noise.
It's still nice to pick up an old mechanical camera.
Yeah, it feels
And-
nice.
No, I understand it.
And the
but,
old lenses are nice to feel.
And Randall made a comment. Oh, it scares away the birds. I'll tell you, I rarely scared away a bird with my D850. I mean, rarely. The birds are thinking about other things. They're not paying attention to the sound of your camera. I mean,
But-
I won't say never happens, but I never felt that I lost a shot with the D850 with it having a mechanical shutter.
DX50 with that magnesium mirror box is very, very noisy though.
But you guys made a
Noisy.
good point. But the vibration on those long telephotos of the mirror slapping, that was a big issue. That I told you, I put my arms on a bean bag and everything just to prevent the vibration from the mirror. So
Well, your only other alternative was you had to
flip it
pre-compose
first.
and expose and do mirror lockup.
Exactly.
That's right.
For wildlife, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. When you cannot see through the camera. Impossible.
Can't see through the camera. Yeah. You're like, okay, well, that one's not moving much.
Exactly.
You'll do.
Be a good bird. Don't move. Wait a second. Give me a second.
Yeah, go back to what we're talking about, emulsion plates. Right? Don't move.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't.
Kind of bring backing up a little bit to the plates there. The originally the wet plate was with the let me find it here. Was silver nitrate.
Exactly.
But when the dry plates came out, it was silver bromide.
Oh, okay.
So it was
I
different
remember that. Yeah.
with the dry plates. And but the process, like I got a description of the process from these people that went to England and did it the old fashioned way. They said the steps was cutting the glass or the metal plate. They wiped egg whites along the edges of the glass plates.
Okay.
And they coated it with the syrupy Collodon. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Collodon, DION. And then they dunked it in the silver nitrate to get the light sensitive material onto that sticky syrupy substance that they just put down.
Wow.
Then they had to load the plate into the holder. Put the dark slide across it, right? Put it in the camera, go outside, take the picture, bring it back into their tent in their portable dark room with all the dangerous chemicals. And they had 15 minutes to develop it before the plate dried out. And so they said, it was just crazy. And then there's somewhere in here, I actually have I'm not good with some of these words from way back when. Daguerreotype.
Yeah,
That was the earliest. Okay, that was on a sheet of copper plated with a thin coat of silver. And they said it had the silver plated copper plate had first to be cleaned and polished until the surface looked like a mirror. Then the plate was sensitized in a closed box over iodine until it took on a yellow rose appearance. Then it got put in a light-proof holder. It was transferred to the camera. And after it got exposed, it was developed over hot mercury until an image appeared. And then to fix the image, they had to immerse it in a solution of, basically salt water. And then they toned it with a gold chloride after that. So you had these photographers that were basically part-time chemists.
They were
chemists at the same time. And
no wonder they all died young.
Yes,
I would say no, they were chemists and alchemists because they had to make magic out of the imaging, correct? One of the most famous American photographers is actually Hayden, that went into one of the first expeditions to Yellowstone, right? And his photography still are part to what we can take today, correct? But I agree with you. They need to be chemists, but in some of these expeditions, correct, they had to carry it like a wagon with all the materials, correct?
With all those chemicals. Now, Roy, what is the most sensitive light meter in terms of EVs? How low have you ever seen one be able to go?
I don't use them much anymore.
My old Minolta only goes down to EV 11.
That's
no. I should say. I'm sorry. No. Let me rephrase it. I messed up. What's the lowest ISO or ASA setting on a light meter that you've ever seen?
Usually 25, but that's because of the tradition, I think.
Okay, because
I don't use light meters for instant stuff anymore. I only use a flash meter.
Well, the reason I asked that is because obviously at some point in time, they got away from. Let me find one. They got away from these plate holders. Okay, they ended up going to plate holders for photo paper, right? At some point in time, and you would get. Okay, you would put the photo paper in there, and then you would have a whole bunch of these, and you would put this in your old folding camera, and then you would slide away the black cover, and then you take the shot, and then you would then close the cover, and most of these had a little like a red felt on the end of them here. And but the thing is, I'm saying, okay, well, how in the heck do they know what to set the camera? Because by that period of time when they were using these with photo paper in them, you had lenses with f-stops on them. You had, shutter speeds. It wasn't like the 1800s where you took the lens cap off and you had to, guess how long, to leave the lens cap off. And so, now you had f-stops, you had limited shutter speeds, and you had these holders for photo paper. And supposedly, from what I could find out, most of the photo paper, in terms of an ISO number, was like ISO 2 to 4. Okay,
Wow.
that would be the rating of the photo paper, would be like ISO 2 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you didn't have an ISO dial, okay, on those cameras. And like I said, my Minolta digital flash meter went down to ISO 11.
Yeah,
And that's why I asked that a question. So once again, even though you had these holders and you were using photo paper, and then you would put them in the dark room and you would develop them, normally, like you would, any other image.
But don't they have tables? Lookout tables?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how people figured out how long to expose to expose an image onto the piece of film any more than they knew how long to do it on a light sensitive glass plate.
Most of it's just practice. You get used to doing it a certain way.
Right?
Yeah,
just practice.
But in the 20th century, not the all emulsions type of thing, but I think many of the film came with tables, correct? That you could look out for the sensitivity. And actually, Jeff, that's an interesting point for your research, correct? Because remember the ASA versus the ISO, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there was a time, and I don't know whether it was post-war in the 50s, that there was a consortia to rationalize the sensitivity numbers for the different film emulsions.
Well, ASA and ISO or you had were considered the same. You had DIN numbers. You had DIN numbers, and then you actually used to have. You also had another.
But these were standardized, I think, in the 50s.
You had the Weston meters that had their own exposure value system, their own system, because they didn't believe that the films were controlled well enough. So you actually had, let me see if I've got one. Where might I have one? Let me look.
Because I believe it was the kind of the agreement on sensitivity of film was reached between ACFA and Kodak at one point, to trying to come with the same standard, right?
Let's see if I grabbed the right one. I don't know.
But one thing is the metering, Jeff. But I think they also standardize on the sensitivity of the film.
Yeah, see, the Weston meters had their own. They didn't use ISO or ASA. They had their own numbering scheme because they didn't feel that the film companies had their act together, and that if they said it was say ASA 100, it really wasn't ASA 100.
Exactly.
And so I think they did their own study system and created their own system. And so that was another variable that you had in there. So you had DIN, you had ASA, you had ISO, and then you had whatever, I forget whatever the unit measure was for the Weston meters as well. So, I mean, yeah, it was a confusing time, and so much of this was Talk about expenses with film photography when you basically back in those days, so much of it was trial and error and taking a lot of notes. And
We used to have to buy a box of film.
you
buy a box of film, and the first roll was just a test roll to see how sensitive it's going to be.
yeah,
Exactly. And then you had to make the adjustment, correct, for that
Yeah.
batch.
You adjust for that.
yeah.
Batch, a specific batch. It was so a lot more complicated.
Oh yeah. Well, I
But,
would imagine if you had a guy, let's say, that lived in a community using an old, plate camera or whatever, and maybe he always took the pictures. People would come to him and he'd take the pictures in the same spot all the time.
exactly.
After a while, he would know, okay, this hour of the morning, I do this, I'm going to get a satisfactory image. But he wasn't like going to a lot of different locations with different lighting conditions, because that would be almost impossible for the person without wasting a lot of time and effort. A smart guy would say, yeah, I got this beautiful oak tree, and I got a nice bench sitting there under the oak tree, and I'm going to take a picture of you guys sitting on this bench. And he's done it 1,000 times. He knows what time of day, the best time of day to take the pictures, and he just has it all figured out, and he just does it,
And then if he gets a new batch, he may ruin a couple of photos, and then he adjusts to that batch.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, I think Kurasi has a good set of war stories about photography with cameras and housing, saying that
Leaky housings. I don't think I'd trust a Z9 in a leaky in any housing.
and leaking housing.
That's right. That's what I remember from housings. Half of them leaked.
You had to always check the O-rings. You always had to put the lubricant. You always had to put the grease on the O-rings all the time.
And then you get a couple of grains of sand, and you are done.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
No more camera.
No more camera. Yeah. Yeah.
Good old days. DJI's drone, the camera in that's really impressed me lately. I think their action cam is probably worth buying. I might have a try at that. See if that works underwater very well. Don't know what everyone else thinks.
So Jeff, in your collection, had you ever tried to buy, because you can find them still, those glass plates photos?
I
think it's so antique.
Well, I was. See, unfortunately, I'm doing the show. I was going to bid on a camera that had a package of glass dry plates with it, but the bidding is over.
Is that for your view camera?
I was on the show here doing the show, so I didn't get to bid on the camera, but I was going to bid on a camera, and it came with, there was an old Conley, Conley, Conley camera, and Conley Camera Company was two brothers, and they basically came out with cameras, and they were tied in with Sears and Roebuck.
Okay.
So Conley Camera Company made a lot of the old box type cameras with bellows and some folding cameras, and they were primarily sold by Sears, Roebuck and Company. And so I saw one that I liked that was in really good shape, that was like a box camera, and I was going to bid on it tonight. And to be honest with you, I forgot, and I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. I would have had to have my laptop, set up where I could bid on it, and I didn't do it, but I would have liked to have tried to buy it.
And when these were made in what, in the 1900s or the 1800s?
They were made in the early 1900s.
Okay, so even in the 1900s, they were still using glass plates.
Yeah, I mean, you had some cameras that used roll film, but not a lot of them. There were a handful of cameras that came out that used roll film before, and I say that before roll film was in a canister.
Exactly.
In a canister. But you know, for the most part, you know, the people were using well, you had the evolution between the wet film the wet film process, the dry film process, using the paper, the holder that I just showed you with the putting the photo paper in it. Then people would buy the 120 backs to put on those older cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually, you know, you ended up with camera bodies that directly took the 120 film. You know, you had medium format cameras like the Raleigh Flexes and the Mamiyas and a lot of those cameras that used 120 roll film that were medium format.
So in those that had the paper or the holder for the paper, they didn't shoot a negative. They shot
no, they're positive paper.
A positive already, correct?
Yeah, it's positive paper.
Yeah, positive paper. Yeah.
I had some of that for a while. I don't know what I did with it. I think the kids drew all over it.
That's the old-fashioned Polaroid.
Yeah.
No negative.
I use that paper in backs for view cameras and that.
Wow. But Jeff, in your investigation, so all this technology, correct, as it was evolving, was overlapping quite a bit. Correct?
Oh yeah, they were overlapping, and you know, people were still, when dry film came out, there were still people using the wet film technique. You know, but it didn't take long from to realize, okay, I don't have to bring the portable chemistry set with me. If I use dry plates, I just buy enough dry plates that have the coating already on it. I could travel for weeks at a time and take the shot. And as long as I put it in a light tight bag, a light tight storage container, they could develop all those plates when they got back home, you know, and did not have to have a lab on wheels with them like they did with the wet plate process. And then of course, when emulsion film came out, that was a huge thing. But like I said, initially when the emulsion film came out, when Kodak put it in one of their cameras, you couldn't remove it from the camera body. You had to send the whole thing back to Kodak. You talk about making sure you made your money. You couldn't send it to another developer. You had to send the whole thing back to Kodak. They were making money hand over fist, right?
Exactly.
They had control of the what's the Outer Limits sci-fi show where it says we have control of your television set. Kodak had control of your photography of it. They had control over everything.
So there is a comment there from Kubarazzi about that he tried to use a GoPro for underwater.
Yeah, they were pretty terrible, the early GoPros and that. The images were absolutely abysmal. Plastic lens.
But the question that I have for Kubarazzi and you guys is, since lenses are made for working in a certain physical media, correct? Air versus underwater, and have the different refraction indexes and all that kind of stuff. Do they have to be the lens specifically made for underwater, even in these GoPros, or?
No, some lenses are especially for underwater. Some can be used for both.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of most, I don't want to say all, but most of the lenses that you put on your camera bodies when you went diving, doing underwater shots, were always wide angle lenses, so that you had extremely good depth of field, so your focus didn't have to be perfect to get a decent shot. You didn't see anybody putting you didn't even see anybody putting a 50 millimeter lens on a underwater camera when I was doing it. They were all wide angle lenses.
Yeah, 35 and below.
35 and below, yeah. Yep.
Mine's a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned here that apparently there's a round lens. That's why.
Yeah, flat lenses at the front flat element, it works better if you're going between water and air.
Okay, okay,
Whereas if you've
okay.
got the curve, there's always going to be some compromise.
Okay. Uh, Insta 360s. That sounds like a good thing for underwater. So, whereas if I ever make it to that whale watching tour in Cape Cod, I may try one of those.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that Minolta was. Was it like a Weathermat? Did they call it like a Weathermatic or something? Weathermatic 110, or it was
Yeah, that's the one
well,
the yellow house.
don't they have a isn't there an Olympus Tough camera? I don't they call it an Olympus Tough camera that can be submerged in in a certain amount of water. I don't know how many feet.
Let me check it here.
It's usually about 30 feet for most of these cameras,
Yeah.
optimistically.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm checking here, Jeff. Here it is. It's called Minolta camera underwater, Weathermatic.
Weathermatic. Yep. Yep. Yellow.
Yeah, that is the one that I. That's the one that I remember having.
Now Olympus has an underwater camera. They call it it's a point and shoot. They call it the Olympus Tough TG-6 digital camera. And let me see if I could see.
That's the one, correct, Jeff?
Yeah, the Weathermatic is the Minolta one. Yeah, from a long
I remember.
time ago.
I remember that camera. That must be in some of my luggage somewhere because I have that camera as well. Didn't take good photos at all, but yes, it was.
Yeah, this Olympus is good for 50 feet. That's respectable.
Mm.
I mean, most divers are diving, more than 50 feet, but you could get decent shots of fish in in the Caribbean, in water that's less than 50 feet, and you could get the colorful fish with the camera, no problem. But when you get to when you get to those depths, where you have the fan coral, Gustavo, the fan coral would be, usually 100 feet down, roughly, usually near a drop off.
If I'm going that deep, I'm going to get one of those submersible cameras that are remote controlled.
Remember what those nudibranchs that were prey on those fan corals. I love those. I mean, the colors of those are fantastic. I'm sure that Mr. Kubarasi has a ton of good pictures of those.
Yeah, and then you had the I stepped on I'm trying to think of the name. It was a poisonous fish. If you stepped on it, and I had my rockfish, I think it was, or something.
Yeah,
stonefish.
Stonefish.
Yeah.
I stepped on a stonefish once, but my flipper went on it. Not my. I always wore my neoprene boots.
Exactly.
To make when I put my foot into even in warm water, I didn't have bare feet into a flipper. I had my neoprene boots on, but I know one time that my flipper landed on a stonefish because all of a sudden I saw, as soon as my foot went down and lifted up, this thing swam away, and I go, holy crap, that's a stonefish. Good thing,
Yes, they can be very painful.
I'm like, yeah.
Fire coral. In the Caribbean, you got this fire coral.
Fire coral. Yeah, fire coral. Yeah.
You put your hand and break a little bit of that. That was painful.
Yeah. and then you got to watch out too. Really important to have your control of your buoyancy, because you didn't want to be floundering down near the bottom. Because you could have sea urchins all over the place. You don't want to step on a sea urchin.
Oh, man.
that
My wife and I did it. And the sea urchin, even if you get one of those and the tip of the spot, to get it out is crazy. You have to extract it. You have to make a big slit to get I mean, you will feel the tip of that for months after. Correct? Yeah. Locally, Jeff, nowadays, in the Caribbean, almost all the long spike sea urchins are almost disappeared completely.
Oh, here, I'm glad I got away with it. I got away with one. Injecting lava into your body.
Do you have box jellyfish where you are, or is that another?
No,
just
not
an
so much in
Australian
the
thing?
Caribbean.
No, we don't.
They are very unpleasant.
We got a lot of jellyfish that sting in the Caribbean, but not as poisonous as those yellow. Yeah.
No,
Even
we could get New England. I think you could get the Portuguese man of war, which aren't pleasant, but I don't think they're the same level as a box jelly. I think the box jelly's worse. But,
exactly. Yeah.
But yeah,
and if you're lucky, the problem is if there is man of war in the water, because they are seasonal like all the jellyfish, right? And there will be somebody with a boat and will kill some man of war or something, and then there will be pieces of the stink, and then that's really painful, right? That's when you needed to, particularly if you scuba dive in the Caribbean, correct, where you don't need a neoprene suit. Actually, you put it just because the jellyfish, correct?
Yeah, I got stung by jellyfish a lot when I went swimming when I was a kid. Like you said, certain time of year, they'd come in, they'd get close to shore. You'd be out there with just kids, swimming, and all of a sudden, something brushed against you. The next thing you know, you're like screaming in pain, and it wasn't fun. I mean, I got it many a time by jellyfish. It's funny.
Peeing doesn't help.
Down here, they have what they call a cannonball jellyfish, and literally, it looks like a cannonball. It's like this, and the tentacles only stick out like an inch or two. They're not long.
Yes.
And they're called cannonball jellies, and but they have no long tentacles. They're just very, very short, and I'm not sure that anybody's really had much of a problem with them, because I've never heard of anybody say, "Oh, that person got stung by a cannonball jelly." So I don't know if it's not as it's not likely you're going to get stung because the tentacles are so short,
No. Yes, I think the sea is like we were talking the other day. It's like the real Australian. Everything hurts you for sure.
Yeah.
Koalas don't hurt. There's several animals that don't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, koalas is. Yeah, I feel bad for koalas because there's so many of them got killed when you had your fires.
Oh, yeah.
It was just
That was too sad.
Yeah. Yes, Kubarasi, that's true. That there is a lot of jellyfish that don't stink, like the Cassiopeia, correct? That kind of mega symbiotic living with an algae. You see them actually even in the Everglades in many places of the world, but you can see they are upside down and they just they have algae in the tentacles, and so those don't stink. Right? But I asked a question for Kubarasi. Has he photographed one of those jellyfish that after they have taken the prey of a fish, you can see the fish inside the inner guts of the jellyfish? That's the kind of
jellyfish.
That's a kind of photo that every underwater photographer wants to have.
Yeah, I'm looking up the cannonball jelly, and it says they're mostly harmless to humans. Contact with them may cause the skin to itch slightly or minor eye irritation.
You'd be pretty stupid to touch one, though, wouldn't you?
I don't know how you'd get one in your eye, but that's kind of weird. Well, I guess if you were underwater and you swam upwards and bumped into one, I guess you could get it in your eye, but I
A
wouldn't
lot
think.
of people wear stockings to avoid these jellyfish.
That's right. In Australia, you had to do that,
Yeah.
correct?
Sometimes
Because
you get stung by a box jellyfish, you remember it.
true.
Well, you don't the people that don't you end up with permanent scars?
You can do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
They're
get
not
one of
little,
those
either.
certainly from the Man of War, when you get out and they sting you in your leg if you don't have an underwater suit, then you look at your leg and you have like a rosary of beads through your leg. Not nice, not nice at all. And a lot of the poison that they have, they'll react with the regular cycles of your metabolism. Right? So they will itch, and they don't itch, and then you eat something, and then they start itching again. And it's a pain. You can have
I say
agony
the
for
box
several days.
jellyfish is one of the worst pains you can feel. Also got lots of other fun animals too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've never been stung by a jellyfish, consider yourself lucky.
But yes, you see, the good thing, Jeff, is that we all did this when we were young. So you have a lot more tolerance for all this discomfort.
Yeah, they used to put hydrocortisone cream on you.
Exactly.
Was one of the treatments, 0.5% or 1% hydrocortisone cream. But there used to be some home treatment, something that my mom used to put on me when I got stung by a jellyfish. I can't think of what it was now.
Urine, unfortunately. But
I don't think my mom peed on me. I don't think.
Dingy.
That's I hope not. But anyway, hey, we're almost at 2:00, folks. We are gonna Scubarazzi saying vinegar. Okay.
that's true.
Yeah, that's good for
go.
insect bites too.
We're gonna quit it too. I'm glad that everybody didn't pay to watch the playoff game on Peacock. we
I'd
did,
rather watch peacocks on the playing game than peacock.
yeah, we did have did anybody aware of who won the game? I'm sure it's long over, obviously.
I don't even know about the game.
Yeah, check.
What game?
I didn't check. Ah. Taylor Swift won the game.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just joking. I did. I went. No, what is it? I went to the site.
Oh, geez, yeah. Kansas City won 26-7.
I'm more interested in that rocket launch.
Wasn't even close.
Okay, so Taylor Swift won.
Yeah.
And the NFL is good ratings on the next game.
Yeah, we'll have to do more games on Peacock,
Exactly.
But hey, everybody, we're going to get ready to wrap it up and send my thank you for everyone who was on the panel tonight. And Roy, as always, it's a pleasure. Gustavo, thank you so much for sharing those Orca images and narrative on what you learned, and that the learning part afterwards is sometimes even more exciting than the image. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
We're never too old to learn something new, and when you're doing, I'm sure. it's easy for us as kind of like nature wildlife guys to say, oh yeah, I always have a story, I always find out about this creature, that creature, whatever. But it may not be as sexy, but you know what? I'm sure Roy could sit there and tell you about how he had to spend hours figuring out how to get the lighting just right to take a picture of a product that he had to do for a
And
customer.
then find out I'm not happy with it anyway.
And
Exactly.
so it may not seem to be as sexy as wildlife or whatever, but I mean, nonetheless, very challenging to do that kind of work. So
I've got one story. One
sure.
day I had to comb all this beach till it was all footprint gone. And just as I was about to take the shots, some 3 guys in pickups drove across it. I spent probably 2 hours raking this sand on the beach just to get it right.
And you were looking for a jellyfish to throw at them.
Oh, if I'd had one, I would have.
So Jim is telling us that they have a launch here of the SpaceX in the Vandenberg space.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That would be a good, great opportunity there, Jim, to take a picture of a rocket.
I need a very long lens for that and a tracking device.
I'm sure that he can do it without the tracking.
Probably. If you're skillful
Daytime,
enough.
I don't know. What is that? He put in the 12:50 a.m. Okay.
At least you know where it's going to go, don't you? Up. Not like birds that don't stay still.
Yeah.
But folks, hey, thank you so much for joining us again. We appreciate you visiting us and keeping the community solid so that we have something in reasonably good shape to eventually hand over to Chuck when he comes back. And I hope that that's sooner than later. I mean, I know his unofficial goal was in a couple months, which would be at the end of February, but we will see how that works out, and hopefully it works out well. We all hope that for him. And but in the meantime, we will continue to try to provide you with some comic relief and some interesting conversation along the way, and hopefully keep you guys engaged enough where hey, like I said, we turn it over in good shape, and then you guys get to get some ranting, hopefully, from that you haven't heard in over 6. I think I might have had 1 or 2 rants on the show, but not too many, and not the same level of ranting that Chuck can do. That's for sure. So I'm not going to compete with him when it comes to the ranting. So.
He's the ranter expert.
He's the ranter expert. He has a patent on ranting.
Exactly.
He does it so well.
I don't want to infringe on his patent. So everybody have a good night. You guys have any commentary you want to share with the people that are remaining at all?
Bring me some problems. I'm getting bored.
Some problems.
All right. There you have it. See you guys next week.
Take care, everybody. Have a good one. We're going to click the end game here. That's a Marvel reference in case you didn't notice. End game.
Unimpressive.